Hello and welcome to a brand new series coming to you straight from up there.
Yes, this is Fifth Gear HQ. Keep up the good work, chaps. Where we'll be coming from each week, and the good news is we're now an hour long.
Which means we'll have a lot more time to show you what we've been up to this summer.
Noise is just so awesome.
It's going to be a cracking series, and we start with the most exciting new car to be launched this year, the latest addition to the Aston Martin family.
It costs £80,000 and they're calling it the most desirable sports car in the world. It takes 100 craftsmen 180 hours to build a V8 Vantage. Aston point out that complex fittings, like the assembly for their pretty headlamps, is still done better by hand than robot. The Vantage's trump card is exclusivity. There are plans to build just 3,000 a year. By comparison, Porsche will make 10 times as many 911s. Add in a V8 that produces 380 bhp, which is more than a 911 Carrera S, and you can see why the waiting list is already more than 2 years long. The Vantage is a strict two-seater, although to improve luggage space, it has a hatchback. Inside, the stylish design continues, with dials, dashboard and switchgear all borrowed from the more expensive DB9.
I was a little bit disappointed when I first fired up this 4.3-litre V8. Just burbled away like any old V8. And in fact, even though I'm out on the open road and using some revs, I still can't really hear anything like the sort of crescendo you get from a Ferrari or even a Porsche 911. And you're totally unaware of this wonderful sound, which is apparently following somewhere behind me in my slipstream. When you're driving the car, you're very aware of this huge dash panel in front of you, and in fact, manoeuvring around car parks at slow speeds, the visibility is a bit poor over this big front hump. And in a way, it makes you feel like you are in a great big Aston Martin. You don't really appreciate that the car is quite small around you. And the steering, the clutch, and the gear change are all on the meaty side as well. You certainly feel like you're in a pucker Aston. The best thing about this car is the way it just points. The steering turns, the car turns with you. There's a wonderful symmetry of handling that just gives you so much confidence on the road. And that torquey V8 has that wall of acceleration. Gear change good, none of these flappy pedals. It's a proper car for proper racing drivers. Of course, Aston Martin have done a lot of development of this car on racetracks. So, of course, it'd be rude not to go and find a racetrack and really put it to the test. Aston really has surprised me on this racetrack because it's just so neutral and controlled. It finds the apex okay, the front just pushes a bit wide on turning because this car is still a heavy car, but it's not dramatic. And the There's no suddenness. There's little twitches of oversteer, the high-speed stuff, loads. There's just down in this hairpin, second gear, turn, floor, and yes, there's some glorious oversteer, but so beautifully controlled. It really is a sure-footed car. What we're doing, just about 120 miles an hour. Third gear, punch to second, find that apex, hit the throttle, second gear, easily controlled power slide, out of that corner at what, 90 miles an hour up to now third. In fact, this has to be the best Aston I've ever driven on a track.
Join us after the break when we'll be back in the office offering you the chance to win an Aston of your very own.
Before the break, we saw Tiff, there he goes, over the glorious swoops at Alton Park in an Aston Martin V8 Vantage, and he said it was the best Aston he'd ever driven on a track. But that's not saying a lot, is it, Tiffy?
Well, no, not when you compare it to the great lumbering V8s of the 70s and 80s, but, you know, when you compare it to a Vanquish, you know, or the DB9, for example, you know, they're both pretty good handling cars, but that new V8 Vantage blows them both away. It's beautiful. But having said that, it still wouldn't be a 911 in a straight race.
How do you mean, why?
Well, the 911 is still a much nimbler car. It's 150 kilos lighter, but, you know, you can play with the weight transference. You can create a bit more understeer, create a bit more oversteer when you want it, whereas the Aston is just stuck in that one slot. Sure-footed, safe, solid, but not nimble.
So ultimately, it's still a big old Aston then?
Well, yeah, it feels like a big old Aston. Yeah, it's still got that Aston trait.
But it doesn't look like a big old Aston, because I think it's the best proportioned and the best looking Aston.
Yeah, the looks are what really sell it for me, and the name and the heritage of the car.
Which is a bit of a relief, because all those people who have been on a 2-year waiting list haven't put £5,000 down without even seeing the car.
I guess they know that, you know, they gambled on the fact that it's going to become a big seller, which it looks like it is, because, you know, our backroom team have found that you can get one in November if you pay 15, maybe even 20 grand over the odds. So there's going to be a big markup on these cars when they first come out.
Also, they found a chap who bought 40 left-hand drive cars, just in case the people who'd ordered a right-hand drive car couldn't wait for theirs to be delivered, and they'll have the left hooker in the interim. But he's bought 40 of them.
But I suppose there's nothing quite like owning an Aston. Which brings us neatly to this week's competition, because if you get lucky, you'll be able to say that you have an Aston of your own. Because the prize in this week's competition is one of the prettiest GT cars ever made, the Aston Martin DB7.
Our experts searched high and low for the right car and found an absolute corker at a specialist dealer near London. It cost £85,000 new and has a supercharged 3.2-litre V6 with a smooth 335 bhp. It'll do nearly 160 miles an hour and get to 60 in under 6 seconds. It's a 2-owner car, has covered just 53,000 miles and comes with a full service history. It also comes with a more desirable automatic gearbox, air conditioning, electric heated seats and the optional Speedline alloys. What's more, we've sent it to the factory's exclusive works service department for a quick once-over. This is the place where the rich, famous and royals get their cars pampered. Now, over the summer, we heard about a very exclusive car auction that was going to be full of very wealthy, very glamorous and very posh people. Obviously, this was a job for Tom.
Think of a car auction in the UK, and your mind invariably conjures up a picture of a horrible old barn in Norfolk somewhere, ringed by razor wire, where all the cars huddle outside against the rain before being driven into some kind of bullpen, surrounded by men in sheepskin coats, holding in one hand the Glasses Guide, and in the other some kind of indeterminate meat pie.
But not here. This is the most exclusive car auction in the world. We're at Maranello in Italy with some rich collectors for what amounts to Ferrari's very own garage sale. While private jets full of wealthy buyers were landing, we had a look round the 34 cars on offer. Together, they were worth in excess of $44 million, but some were more special than others. This 2004 ex-Schumacher F1 car is estimated to sell today for around £1.3 million, although it does come with a stipulation. To stop any rival teams buying it and plundering its secrets, the car won't be delivered by Ferrari until next year, by which time the technology will be considered out of date.
OK, so this might look like a bit of a beaten-up old 348, and you wonder why it's here in the auction at all. But as you look down it, it's got 348 doors with really weird, wide wheel arches. And then there's this big bit of plastic just covering up a gap. There's shades of 355 and 360, and this tail, it's just far too long. In fact, if you come round here, it's completely different on this side. Everything's completely strange. It's just a bag of bits. It's not until you look over the top that you realise that's actually an Enzo engine. So that's a 6-litre V12, and this is a prototype for the actual hypercar. Now, there's only one of these. Ferrari has never sold one of its prototypes before. This is something fit for a museum.
As is this, except for the past 9 years, a New York businessman has used it to take him to and from work every day. It's a 330 LM Testarossa from 1962, and it's worth at least £4 million. Talk about evocative commuting. Now this is a very special Enzo supercar. It was given as a gift by Ferrari to Pope John Paul II.
If you look in here, it's signed by Luca de Montezemolo, the president of Ferrari at the time. And what happened was the Pope said that he'd like to auction the car in favour of the tsunami appeal. Now, if I just get my little translation out, this here says, "This Enzo is unique in the story of Ferrari as a symbol of solidarity inspired by a great Pope. This is a very cool car."
It was the 400th and final Enzo to be built. Second-hand models are currently being advertised for around £600,000, and the Pope's Enzo is estimated at £700,000, which, if you ask me, would make it a bargain. It's not just cars that are being auctioned off. There's all sorts of memorabilia on offer too. From engines to exhaust assemblies, anything Ferrari have found in their loft is being sold. You could even climb into a pair of Michael Schumacher's overalls, estimated at £6,000.
Now, we reckon this is the best buy in the entire auction. This is Michael Schumacher's race seat out of his F1 car. Now, this comes from the 2001 season, when Ferrari won both the Drivers' and the Constructors' Championship. And if you take a look at it, just round here, it's covered in gold foil to reflect heat away from Schumacher's multi-million-pound bottom. And up here, it's even got the airbags in it to inflate it to make sure it's a proper fit. Now, tonight, we're going to bid for it in the auction.
Quite a scary prospect, given that this was my first ever auction, and I'd be bidding alongside some really serious players from all over the world.
There was a dinner last night. Apparently some of the big hitters that have come with a lot of money ready to play were getting a bit vinoed up, you know, they're having a few lagers and talking about what they were going to buy. One guy was sat with a catalogue going, "How much is that? Not expensive enough. How much is that? Not expensive enough." You never know what they're going to buy. Was it the wine talking, or is there going to be big money spent here?
When the auction got underway, it didn't take long for some very big numbers to start flying around. And remember, they're bidding in euros.
We're starting at 550,000. Any advance at 2,100,000? Venduto. 1.100.000. Against the room, 900,000 now. 6,060,000. 7 million. 7.100.000. Se non ci sono più offerte. 50. We all done.
Lot 119 is that New York businessman's daily driver we valued at £4 million, about €6 million. The bidding went even higher than that, reaching more than £4 million, but the reserve wasn't met, so it remained unsold.
€6,200,000.
Lot 130 is that Enzo prototype. No doubt good for spares and repairs, estimated at €150,000, about £100,000.
110,000. 110,000 for number 66. 120 with Donatella on the telephone. 130,000, sir. 160,000. Your bid, sir. 170,000. Il 831.
Lot 131 is the Pope's Enzo, estimated at €1 million or $700,000.
880. It's 900,000. 950 against you. 950,000, sir. Last try. Football charity. For you, Ben. €950,000. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 133 is the Ferrari F1 2004. The car you're seeing here displayed.
Remember, the estimate on this Schumacher race car was €2 million.
Still under Ferrari's normal terms and conditions for purchasing a Formula One car. And for this lot, the bid is with me, ladies and gentlemen, at 1,500,000 with me. 1,500,000, 1,600,000, 1,700,000 is with me. 1,800,000, 1,900,000 is already with me. The bid is at 2 million for the car now with Albertine. Bid with Caroline now at 2,200,000 against you, Albertine. Then we make it 2,400,000. It's with Albertine at 2,400,000. I'm selling to Albertine at 2,400,000. Selling for you, Albertine, 2,400,000.
With buyer's premiums, that's £1.8 million for your very own F1 car. The intensive selling continued as we got ever closer to lot 25, the Schumacher seat we wanted for ourselves. The producer had set me a strict limit of €6,000, which is about £4 grand.
Actually started to get a bit nervous. It's kind of... There was quite a lot of tension. Wondering whether you're going to get it or not.
For you, Albertine.
Da Michael Schumacher, Schumacher bucket driving seat, 2001. Grazie offerte,
Oh, he's outbid me.
2,200 with me. And 500. 2,800, 2,800 here. 3,000, 3,000. E 200, 3,200. And 500, 3,500.
He's not going to get me.
3,800, 3,800 against you, sir. 4.000 in fondo, 4,000. 4,200, grazie. 4,500 in fondo, 4,800 here. 5,000, 5,000. The back of the room against you, sir.
Don't get carried away.
You want to try the last?
Remember, we're bidding in euros and 6,000 is our absolute limit.
I'm selling. Lo giudico per 5.000, sicuro? 5,500, 5,500, 6,000, 6,000.
Come on, stop.
A 6.000 giudico in fondo, se non ci sono altre offerte, per 6.000 euro. A 6.000 euro, 6,000 euros, I'm selling now at the back of the room, se non ci sono altre offerte. 6.000 giudico? 6.000, è sua. Grazie, 58.
Come on, that's mine. That was exciting.
Oh, so this is it, Michael Schumacher's actual seat. It is super cool, isn't it?
Very, very cool.
Now, the story doesn't end quite there because I went to meet Michael Schumacher, and that story is coming up later on in the series. But when I met him, I got him to sign it, which he did in a beautiful gold pen. Tom, how much exactly did we spend on it at the end of the day?
Well, funny story to that, because including the shipping,
Yes.
it actually came in at about $6 grand. But, you know, it's one hell of a piece of furniture.
It is. It's awesome. Talk me through it.
Well, obviously, look, gold,
Yeah.
insulates his lovely bottom
Mega.
from any heat soak you might get in that F1 car. Carbon fibre, one-handed, please, take hold of that. Very, very light.
That's incredibly light, isn't
Big
it?
piece of thing,
Yeah.
very, very light. And see all these yellow bits in here?
Yeah.
They're all actually airbags. So you'd have a little can of compressed air and watch. During the race, you can pump up his seat, bit of extra comfort. Long
Lovely.
left-hander, you know, pump it
Yeah.
up. Obviously, £6,000 worth of stuff. We've decided to display it in our office, so we've had
Yes.
this built.
Now, this is a splendid design and a nice bit of welding, if I may say so.
Big up the fabricators.
Indeed.
Big up the fabricators. And this is Schumacher seat going in to our rather lovely fabricated Schumacher seat staging.
And I am going to have to sit in it because it's his seat.
Oh, be careful, Vicky.
I'm going to sit in Schumacher's 200-mile-an-hour plus seat. Wow. There is not much room in here, as you would expect. He is a very slim man.
Now, what we've decided to do is share the world's most exclusive throne with you lot.
Yes, if you want to come to the office, meet the gang, and just like Cinderella and her slipper, see if you can slide into Schumacher's seat, then all you have to do, Tom, is...
Sign on to our rather spangly new website, which is www.5.tv/fifth gear.
As usual, manufacturers have been showing off various concept cars over the summer. But this film from Mazda is all about the one that caught our eye. Meet the concept called Sarso, which proves that sensible cars don't have to be boring. It's Mazda's idea of the perfect car for the first-time buyer. And it's supposed to be fun, economical and green, thanks to a 1-litre turbocharged 3-cylinder petrol engine. It automatically turns itself off when you stop at traffic lights to cut down on pollution. The design is inspired by the Japanese art of shoji, where very thin rice paper doors just show the outline of what's hidden behind them. The door handles reveal themselves only when you approach the car, and the front and rear light units are concealed within the bodywork. The inside is definitely a sign of things to come. Rather than using a key to start it, we'll use a USB stick. The idea is to load the memory stick up with sat-nav data or favourite music from your home PC, which then automatically downloads to the car's internal hard disk. The rear seat has a compressed air system which enables it to morph into various shapes and sizes. It's only a concept, but if we were Mazda, we'd get rid of the so-so Mazda 2 and get the Sarso on sale as quickly as possible.
Still to come, we've got Vicky driving the pants off a 911 in our latest shootout, and I'll be finding out if racing drivers make good fighter pilots.
Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside, especially when I have cars like this to pit against each other. First up for this series shootouts is the Porsche 911 Carrera S. It's got a 3.8-litre engine and 355 bhp. Tiff drove it earlier in the year and said it was unbelievable on the track. To make things interesting, we're going to put it up against another of our favourite driving cars, the bantamweight Lotus Exige. This is the brand new Sports 240R model. It's got a supercharged 1.8-litre Toyota engine and produces 240 bhp. So, what do you think's going to win? The more powerful heavy car or the less powerful lighter car? Place your bets. This 911 costs £65,000. But for that, you get a car that is brilliant on A roads, B roads, motorways, dual carriageway, in town, all sorts. Worth every penny? You betcha. It's the first to be fitted with the Porsche Active Suspension Management, which basically lowers the car by 10 millimetres to make it really good for track work. I love getting this thing sideways. This thing is just so wonderful. Beautiful, big, beefy brakes that tell you exactly what's going on. Beautiful steering. Awesome sound. Listen to that engine. That's fabulous. Now, I'm not here to act lyrical about such a machine. I'm here to wring its neck. Start the stopwatch. I just have to be a little bit careful not to put the power on too early and not to go into the corners too quickly. The 911 crosses the line in 52.60 seconds. Just 50 Exige 240Rs will be made, and yes, you will pay for that exclusivity. A fiver under £44,000. That is 14 grand more expensive than a standard Exige. So what do you get for your extra cash? Well, you get 50 bhp more, a fancy interior, uprated brakes, adjustable dampers, and an adjustable front anti-roll bar. Basically, a Porsche Active Suspension Management, but with spanners. This Exige is a barely disguised track car, but it is road legal. You sit really far forward in it, which is good because you are almost on top of the front wheels, which makes you feel exactly what is going on all the time. Such a fabulous, nimble rear-wheel drive chassis. Steering that is just so direct, my hands might as well move the tyres. Brakes that are pin-sharp. And have I told you about the grip? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I have never driven a car with quite so much grip. Start that clock. At the radar, the Exige is a gnat's whisker ahead. But that tiny advantage has been reversed by the hairpin. And the Porsche holds on to its slim lead to win by just 0.18 of a second.
Now, we've been going to Anglesey for about 3 years now, and it's a track we really love. It's full of tight, twisty bends with little room for error, and it really rewards a good handling car, unlike some airfield circuits I could mention. But what we do with our shootouts is about half a dozen flying laps in each car, and it's the best lap time that counts. And Vicky and I begin to build up lists of cars we've driven, and with all my new toys here, we can see this is Vicky's list, and she's been quickest so far, the Noble M400 at 49.54. And now I can add in, if I can spell Porsche,
it's going to go wrong there.
P-O-R-S-C-H-E 911. And the time, Victor, in the Porsche was?
52.6 seconds.
52.60. And if I enter that on your list, it comes underneath the Mitsubishi Evo 8FQ 400, which is quite a surprise. We'll move on. You were comparing with the Lotus.
L-O-T-U-S.
I can almost do that one. I just put me scrolls back into the right holes and places. L-O-T, that's easy to spell, isn't it? Except 240R. Time in the little Lotus was?
52.78.
52.78.
Do you want your glasses, Tiff?
No, that's fine. I'm fine. I can see very well, thank you. Entering that, thank you, Jason. And we knew it came just behind the Porsche, but ahead of the two Mercedes you've tried so far. But basically, that's still a really shock result to me. On paper, I thought Little Lotus, it's lighter, it's got a better power to weight ratio. It goes from 0 to 60.7 quicker. You didn't like it, didn't get on with Lotus? What's the problem?
I did really like it, and I did get on with it. But I think the Porsche maybe just suited my driving style a bit better, because I could move the Porsche's weight around a bit, and it was more agile, so I could sort of turn it into the corners and power it away just that bit better than the Lotus.
Unbelievable, because when, you first asked the question, I wrote Lotus down, but then again, looking at the pictures, it doesn't look as quick as the Porsche. Are you sure you just weren't having an off day?
Yes.
You're not going to get away with that?
I didn't mean that. Right, moving on now. Time for what is undoubtedly the most exciting film I've ever made. Have you ever wondered if fighter pilots make good drivers and drivers make good fighter pilots? Well, we have, and we've decided to find out. So today, I'm going to be teaching someone how to drive this, and in return, they're going to be teaching me how to fly this. We've been given unprecedented access to the Navy's Air Force, the Fleet Air Arm. And we've come to the same base where Prince Charles learnt to fly. It's home to the Commando Helicopter Force and the Sea Harrier. Chris Roy joined the Navy at 18, and now 25 is their youngest Harrier pilot. But do the skills that make him a Top Gun mean he can drive a supercar? We'll find out in the 205-mile-an-hour Ford GT, but not before the Navy have found out if a racing driver has the ability to fly in formation and hover a £20 million jet. The mission starts with a medical. You simply can't fly in a fast jet if you're not totally healthy. Even if you've got a cold, they won't let you up. They test blood pressure, your eyesight, and take a urine sample.
Have you got a bigger bottle?
To check for blood or infections. Then you're hooked up to an electrocardiogram to make sure the heart is ticking as it should be.
Am I 6 foot?
But even if all that is passed, you're still not guaranteed to fly.
So this is the anthropology check, where they measure all my limbs to see, A, that I'll fit in the jet, but more importantly, I'll fit correctly on the ejection seat, because if we need to get out, then if my legs are too short or certain bones aren't the right length, then it's no go, I'm afraid.
Luckily, I was the right shape, so I was off to be kitted out like a pilot. All your equipment needs to fit like a Savile Row suit. The classic bone dome is adjusted so it's not too tight, because the last thing you need at 600 mile an hour is a headache.
That's good. Hand side to side.
Obviously, you need a perfect seal on your oxygen mask, but because everyone's face is a different shape, it's a case of trial and error to find the correct fit. fair bit of work that needs to be done. Can you hear me, Peter? But the most important piece of kit you need is a pair of anti-G trousers. This clips into the seat, and the seat or the plane will know how much G we're pulling, and once we go over a certain threshold, it'll pump air in here, which squeezes my G we're pulling, and once we go over a certain threshold, it'll pump air in here, which squeezes my abdomen and my thighs and my calves, and it stops blood from leaving my brain and my heart and down my legs. Hopefully stop you blacking out. Fully kitted out, it was time for Chris, our pilot, to show me round his office, the Sea Harrier FA2. That's F for fighter and A for attack.
So Jason, this is the Sea Harrier FA2, single seat, multi-role fighter. The business end is the Blue Vixen radar at the front there.
That's, right behind here?
Yeah, that's our air intercept radar. We use that to track and find enemy aircraft before we shoot various different kinds of missiles at them. This is a Sidewinder acquisition round. So that when we practice, just like in the films, in here you've got the seeker head off the missile. It'll lock onto the heat source of the enemy aircraft. We'll get the tone in our helmet. We'll get all the diamonds and things in the HUD, just like in the movies, and we can practice killing them. Obviously, the main way we hover is these. These 4 nozzles are all connected to the engine, and when we pull that third lever in the cockpit, that's why you need free hands to fly the Harrier, these will point down, point your thrust down away, and you can hover.
It's an incredibly simple system. Originally, they thought that making a 25-ton plane hang in the sky would need 3 engines. But then some ingenious Brit said it could be done with one big engine that had movable exhausts. Its manoeuvrability makes the Harrier brilliant in a dogfight. Chris, this dogfighting stuff,
yeah.
How's that work then?
Dogfighting for us is when it's gone wrong and we've got in close. We practice it all the time, it's our bread and butter. We call it a knife fight in a phone box, because everybody's really close, everybody's got a lot of weapons. There's jets going everywhere, going all over the place. You're shouting at each other on the radio, and it's all about killing the guy as quickly as possible. We tend to try and get numerical advantage, so we go 2v1.
I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? You are basically just sat on a huge Pegasus Rolls-Royce engine.
Yeah, 21,500 pounds of thrust. It gives one of the best accelerations for a non-afterburning jet in the world. And it'll get us to 540 knots, which is gusting 600 miles an hour at low level at 250 feet. It's pretty quick.
I'll be going up in the Black T-Bird, a special twin-seater that's used for training. Commander Henry Mitchell, the guy in overall charge of the Sea Harrier Force, will fly me, while Chris runs alongside to show us some moves. And just to make sure you see as much as possible, they're scrambling a camera vehicle, a Hawk jet no less, as used by the Red Arrows. The weather was closing in, but it simply doesn't faze these guys. They can just fly above it. Having set off from Dorset, they can be above Wales in 15 minutes, and at 27,000 feet, it was time for lesson 1. Formation flying.
I didn't realise how close you fly together. It's amazing. Oh, yeah. Well, you have to. If you get too far apart, you lose sight of each other. Yeah.
The pilots constantly make tiny corrections to keep rock steady. Think of the small steering adjustments you do on a motorway at 70. It takes an even finer touch at 300 miles an hour.
Right, now it's not actually the easiest speed to formate at. Right. You have control? Okay, I have control. Yeah, it's so sensitive, isn't it? Yes. It's a few years of practice. Come back, you bugger. Come back. Very easy to get into a pilot-induced oscillation. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
But you know what? After a few goes, I started to get the hang of it.
That's very good, Jason. It's coming on nicely. Almost a thought process rather than putting an input into the... Fun isn't over yet, Jason. Okay.
Because lesson 2 was hovering, we headed back to the air station, but that's after a few moves.
We're doing not quite 40, but we're going around the loop. Fantastic.
Back at base, I saw firsthand how you hover by pointing the exhaust downwards. This would require even more dexterous ability, and it's likened to balancing a ball bearing on a tea tray. And just to focus my mind even more, if there's an engine failure, I've got less than a second to eject.
Okay, you have control. I have control. Right, you can look to the side. Yeah. Let's bring the stick back a bit. So you've gradually drifted forward. So bring the nose back up to the right attitude. Okay, just like that. Otherwise we'll drift forward again. Come on, you little tinker. Yeah. And can we do a nod to the crowd? This has to be quick because we don't have a great deal of fuel. Yeah. Gentle hovering. Fantastic.
Only 194 people have hovered a Harrier solo, which means more people have been in space. I can only imagine how tough it must be at night on the pitching deck of a carrier. As a final treat, I was shown the huge acceleration involved in the ski jump takeoff. 25 tons gets airborne in just 300 metres.
Okay, are you ready? I'm ready to go. Excellent. Love you. That is absolutely awesome, isn't it? I nearly put my back out. I can't believe it accelerates that quick. This is one hell of a plane.
The Harrier accelerates to 60 in about 3 seconds. That's the same as the Ford GT. Join us after the break to see how well a pilot can handle that. 60 in about 3 seconds. That's the same as the Ford GT. Join us after the break to see how well a pilot can handle that. Before the break, you saw me learning to fly a Sea Harrier as we try to find out how similar fighter jets are to supercars. Now it's time to see how good a pilot is on the track. When the Harrier first came into service, Ford brought out the original GT40. Today's version has a supercharged V8, does 205 miles an hour, and costs 120 grand. For your first-time track car, it's about as scary as it gets. But I reckon our pilot's up to it. So, Chris, I've got a sneaky feeling that you fast jet pilots can be good at driving cars. So I think there's similarities between what I do in a race car and flying jets. Okay. It's all having feel and touch.
So if it starts to slide out, you lift the power off, or do you keep it on?
It's a balancing act. It's a little bit lifting
but
the power.
But you don't want to lift off too much. No, because then you're unsettling the back end again.
Exactly.
It's the same flying jets. You got to look after it and be smooth, and if you don't, it will get away from you quickly. Not only the back end spinning out, but in the Harrier it'll flip on its back.
Right, I am going to move my seat a bit forward so I can grab the wheel if I need to. You know, you said the investment in you is worth 6 million.
Yeah.
It's not that for me, but I'm still quite important, so let's be having it in a straight line. And just for the first couple of laps, we kindly organised another Ford GT to show Chris the racing line. Not quite formation flying, but close. Chris's natural instinct was to be smooth, but I spotted 3 areas where he could improve. Hands on wheel. Try and put them at, say, 2:45, and keep them there. Can you see your feet in the wheel?
I was about to say holding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold the wheel. So it's it's fine across your arms, whereas if you keep taking your hands off, you lose the feel. Now, one of the common mistakes everyone does when they first start driving a car on the track is they all turn in too early.
Okay.
Keep out, keep out, keep out. Now turn half as much as you did last time, half as much.
Okay.
Now that looks like you're going to go off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You're not though. See what I mean? You need to try and keep looking a long way ahead.
Heel and toe is a black art. It's where you blip the throttle whilst braking to make gear changes smoother. The trouble is, there are 3 pedals, but you've only got 2 feet, so it takes a bit of fancy footwork.
It's a bit like, you know, trying to do 3 things at once, which you can do with flying jets. It's a rhythm. It's a feel. So, we'll get you in and let you have a go.
OK.
So, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Go on, have a little break and then a little... there you go. Yeah. That sort of feel. That's it. So a little rev. Clutch up. Perfect. Spot on. Can you feel how smooth that was? Like the car almost didn't know it had changed gear.
No, it just stays settled. It doesn't jump around.
That's exactly what you said. Well, you can do it. You've done it once. You can do it 10 times.
Well, almost.
I think that's 4.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That'll cover it.
Does it feel quick?
It does accelerate amazingly well. It's a bigger rush than in a jet.
Really?
So, because it's so close to the ground, yeah. Yeah.
Mission accomplished. Right, so what we're going to do now, we're going to teach you the automotive equivalent of hovering a Harrier. Spear off here. We're going to teach you how to do a controlled power slide round some concentric circles.
Power sliding is difficult at the best of times, but trying to keep it between the circles makes it the ultimate test of whether your car control is up to scratch.
I'll be working the throttle, the steering, feeling what's going on, trying to anticipate to make sure it's a smooth, nice, progressive slide.
OK.
So let's see if we can get it going.
Just like that? Huh?
Yeah. And I'll get it so I can almost hold everything still.
Okay.
There. And that's just...
So you're just pulling the throttle to keep the back end?
Just tiny little adjustments with the throttle. Tiny small changes. So. Now it's your turn.
Good.
And the moment you feel its bum on the move is get ready. Go on. Catch it. Catch it. Catch it. Catch it. Catch it. Gentle. Oh, nearly. It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, dude. See, you made it look so easy.
Tough, eh?
Yeah, pretty difficult.
Well, the question I want to ask, do you think it's harder than hovering a Harrier?
I think so, yeah, definitely.
Look at that, down to the canvas. 400 quid's worth of tyre destroyed in the aid of science.
Good boys.
But Jason, I mean, obviously you'd make a good fighter pilot.
Thank you very much, Tim.
But would all fighter pilots straight away be good racing drivers?
Yeah, I think with a little bit of practice they would. I mean, you know, the thing I found out on the day was they learn so quickly and they just have that extra bit of feel which you have and all good drivers have, where you know what it's like on the limit. It's just the small little bits you do makes the difference, and I have to say I was impressed.
Well, the fun and games continue next week when Jason gets his hand on Pagani's new Zonda F and I get the opportunity of a lifetime when I test a Williams Grand Prix car. Hello and welcome to Fifth Gear, coming to you straight from our spanking new headquarters. Sadly, Vicky isn't here this week because she's away trying to break a new world record for later in the series. But at least she's here in spirit. Tickle, tickle, tickle.
Lots to look forward to on tonight's show as a live crash test dummy drives into a revolutionary new type of lamppost. And if you watch this, ouch! And the world's first, as we test BMW's M5 against a Formula One car.
But we start, though, with a car that I've been begging the producer to let me test. And eventually, he said, yeah, come on.
This is the Pagani Zonda F. F stands for Fangio, in dedication to Mr. Pagani's old friend, and it costs nearly £400,000. The famous detailing, where even mundane objects are made to look exotic, is as per the standard car, but a series of minor mechanical tweaks have supposedly made this the perfect version.
Right, so, well, this is the Zonda S, the existing car, and these are the plans for the Zonda F, the new car. The wing mirrors now are mounted on the wing rather than on the A-pillar, and that's to improve the airflow over the car to this one-piece rear wing, which goes right across the back of the car. The old car had two little wings here. That'll obviously give it more downforce, cleaner airflow, less drag. We've also got here and here a bigger diffuser, which again will exhaust the air, which is underneath the car, which will give it more downforce.
Before I was let loose, company owner Horatio Pagani wanted to personally clean the car. A man who obviously appreciates fine design, his enthusiasm, it's infectious.
Also this aspect that everyone is able to drive it.
When they handed over the keys, it was spine-tingling.
Well, this is a big moment for me. Ever since I first saw this car in a magazine, I've been aching to drive one, and this is the latest and the greatest Pagani Zonda. It's it is amazing. Anyway, let's go and have some fun. Dirty. Well, you know, as much as this is one of the most extreme supercars you can buy, the feeling of when you first get in the cabin, it's very airy, very light, pretty easy to drive, actually. Oh, hello. Christ almighty. I've got to be really careful because it's very wide and we're on these nasty little Italian roads and there's trucks coming my way, and the last thing I want to do is take it back with a scratch on the side, you know?
So we headed for the Tuscan Hills to find the roads that are basically Pagani's test track to unleash the 600 horsepower from the 7.3-litre V12. That gives you goosebumps.
Just listen to this a minute. Listen to the engine on the overrun. God, it's fantastic.
Now, normally, I don't make up my mind about a car until the end of the day, but this was different. With this, I knew instantly what the conclusion would be.
I'm completely and utterly speechless. This is, without doubt, the most amazing car, road car I've ever driven. It's just incredible. Now, normally when you drive supercars, there's things about them which annoy you. And when you're spending a lot of money on a car, you don't want those annoying things. For instance, you get in a Lamborghini or Ferrari and the seating position's not quite right, or the clutch is heavy, or it's difficult to reverse, it's dark. This has got none of that. God, it's just fantastic. The steering is light. It doesn't understeer. It tells you exactly, even with fingertip control, exactly, you can feel what's going on. It's just an absolute work of art. You know, as an engineering masterpiece, this is the car. This is a supercar to own. I've got to earn some more money. I've got to earn more money.
Half of Pagani's customers are plumping for the F, and there are plans to make just 40. Although if that doesn't sound exclusive enough, then Mr. Pagani will build you an even more powerful Club Sport version.
I've got to give you these back, but I don't want to.
I'm afraid you have to.
Thank you very much.
You're
Fantastic, huh? Cheers, thank you.
Join us after the break when we'll be back in the office discussing what has to be the greatest car on sale today.
Before the break, we saw Jason positively gushing about the new Pagani Zonda F. But to be honest, Jason, it's not that much different from the car I drove 3 years ago. I mean, they've changed the rear wing, changed the door mirrors, and it's just a publicity stunt.
Far be it for me, I'm going to break in there, because far be it for me to agree with Tiff, but, you know, that car is £60,000 more than the S. It's no faster to 60, and it's only 4 miles an hour faster at top speed, so why?
I'm not interested in anything you say. It could be the eye of a green-eyed monster. I drove it, I know. It is perfection, that car. In fact, it's called the F because Horatio Pagani is convinced now it is perfect, and that's worthy of the Fangio name, which obviously the guys.
They were big mates, weren't they?
Yeah, the big mates.
So he was inspired by them.
But you know, with racing cars, they make small little detail changes each year, and he has perfected. I mean,
That's not small detail changes. That's £60,000 for an F.
No, it's not. It backfires in the overrun, and that's just for me marvellous.
You're allowed.
It's a stunning piece of kit. I'm not having it. It's amazing.
The amazing thing is, as well, he's building this in Lamborghini and Ferrari's backyard. He's actually showing them how to make the ultimate supercar right under the noses of the opposition.
They're almost on the same road.
Exactly, but, you know, why can't they do it? Why can't Ferrari and Lamborghini produce a car like that? You know, why is he the only one that makes a supercar that's easy to drive, that's airy, that's...
Well, I suppose he makes less of them. I mean, it's individually crafted.
And they cost twice as much. And he's, he's this guy that's building this amazing supercar, and you've got him washing your car.
Well, yeah, that was great. But I mean, he wanted to wash it because that's the man. He's so passionate about everything he does.
Yeah.
He's,
But you talk about fingertip hand. I did notice one of you on the video, Jason, where it stepped out on you, and another caught you, I think, unawares. I think, I'll just wind it back on the old machine. Here's the spot, look, serious face. And you only laughed after you'd stopped £400,000 of the car, hitting the wall.
Gentlemen, that is not fear. That's concentration, focus, and a deft touch.
Concentration doesn't look like that.
Enough of that. Time now for one of our world-famous crash tests. The scientist of the fifth gear family, John Bentley, has been finding out about killer signposts.
Last series, we revealed how lampposts can kill, and how plucky entrepreneur Guy Wadsworth was doing something about it with his special energy-absorbing lamppost. But what about signposts? The ones holding up big signs look every bit as unyielding as a traditional lamppost. Not surprising, then, that collisions with signposts kill or seriously injure nearly as many people every year as collisions with lampposts. Traditionally, the approach has been to stop people driving into signposts with crash barriers, but they're expensive and not necessarily that great to have a crash with either. Much better to make passively safe road signs like that safer lamppost. Black Country company Signpost Solutions sells just such a thing, and when they and engineers Mott MacDonald saw our lamppost programme, they wanted to test their signpost too, and at an even higher speed. But before we test its impact-absorbing qualities, let's see how a traditional signpost behaves. We've erected one here, complete with its very solid-seeming 140mm diameter steel post. And up there's a remote-control Vauxhall Astra, which we're going to crash head-on into the post at 65 miles an hour.
OK, I'll just check we have a steering function.
The car will be driven using one of our well-proven remote control installations, guided from a chase car following closely behind. post didn't stop the car in its tracks, but as it bent over, it decelerated the car violently, rotating it and flipping it over onto its roof. Closer inspection of the wreckage revealed the power of the impact, the post penetrating deep into the car, literally smashing the engine. The forces involved as the car slowed violently, then twisted round and turned over, would mean serious injuries and possibly death for those inside. The post, though flattened by the smash, remained firmly fixed in its concrete mounting. Surely signposts don't need to be as tough as this. Next, the safer signpost. Rather than steel, it's made out of a special kind of aluminium mesh. It's designed to be strong under static or bending loads from the top, so it can hold the weight of the sign for years on end and cope with strong winds. But when it's hit by a sudden impact at low level, like the shear forces resulting from the sudden impact of a car, it just gives way. Or at least that's the idea.
It will absorb energy. It's a lightweight construction. Absorb, it goes like that, bends, it will go over the roof. It will not go far because it's lightweight, not much energy in it, and it will fall down behind the car.
Rather than a brave entrepreneur driving the car that'll hit the signpost, this time we have a brave stuntman, Steve Trulia. He'll be driving another Vauxhall Astra into the post at 65 miles an hour. Though he'll be wearing a crash helmet, other than that, both he and the car are unmodified. Steve is a veteran of London's Burning, Saving Private Ryan, and numerous Bond films, so if this aluminium post is as safe as they claim, this should be one of his least risky jobs ever. Reputations on the line, the company directors have come to see whether their creation will stand up to this high-speed test. Things didn't go entirely to plan. Though the car stayed on the ground and wasn't slowed anything like as violently as in the first test, on impact the post was supposed to shear off at the base and fly over the top of the car, the driver feeling virtually no resistance. It actually behaved somewhat differently. It's a good shot, bang in the middle, but I bet you felt it.
Yeah, I did feel it. Harder than I expected it to be, actually. A lot harder.
Did you feel any deceleration at all? Or?
Yeah, quite a big deceleration as I hit the post. It felt as if it wasn't going to give way, and then it broke and eased up. That was 62 miles, 65 miles an hour.
But you are nevertheless here, and...
I'm here and I'm absolutely fine, thank you.
So that's good. Though Steve is okay, this was a valuable test for the company and the designers. The 3 bolts which held the post should have broken cleanly away, but one remained in position. So, did that behave exactly as you expected?
No. It went under the car, but it functioned. Normally it goes over the car. Actually, it's very interesting because it shows how important the energy absorbing abilities and the bending abilities is. Either way it goes, it has to absorb and bend, and flattened out beautifully, and I saw the driver come out without a scratch, so I'm happy. If that would have been somebody else on the road, we have again saved the life.
The mounting may not have behaved exactly as predicted in this particular test, but the aluminium post was still far more forgiving than a traditional steel one, meaning that if you crash into one of these, you're far more likely to survive than if you crash into one of these.
This is London. You can tell that by the fact that that's the Thames and it's full of cockney fish and jellied eels. That is Tower Bridge, which is full of Americans. And that shiny helmet thing is the Greater London Assembly, better known as City Hall, where the Mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, hangs out. Famously, Ken Livingstone thinks anyone who drives a 4x4 in a city is an idiot. He thinks off-road SUVs are completely unnecessary. But perhaps this 4x4 will be the one to make him change his mind. It looks like the Lexus RX 300 that's been around for a few years now, but this is the new 35 grand RX 400H, and it's that little H on the end that makes all the difference. Because this little H stands for hybrid, which means that as well as the normal 3.3 litre V6 petrol motor, you also get a big electric motor driving the front wheels, and a smaller electric motor up under here driving the rear wheels for when things get slippery. The sum total is that less stinky cough emissions come out of here. Yeah, is that the Mayor's office? We phoned Ken's office to see if they thought he'd be interested in test driving this new caring, sharing 4x4.
It's a hybrid.
But they said he wasn't in.
It's a Lexus. No. No? No? OK, thanks very much. Cheers now, bye-bye.
But we thought if he could actually see this car, you know, right under his nose, he'd be unable to resist a little drive, maybe? Eddie? Ken? Come on. So we went on a Ken hunt. He's the Mayor of London. He had to be around there somewhere.
When you're driving around, if you're being gentle enough, this car actually doesn't use its petrol V6 motor. So it's really, really quiet. Right, while I'm sitting here at traffic lights, there's no noise. It's using no fuel because the engine's not actually switched on. It's producing no emissions. It's cuddling a dolphin and kissing trees. And as I pull away, we're just pulling away purely on an electric motor, completely silent. Listen. Nothing. Now, if I push a little bit harder, seamless transition, there it is. Seamless transition into the petrol V6, which gives you all the motor you ever need. Now, fantastically, they've got this screen here, which shows you where your drive is coming from either the engine or the batteries. So you're constantly trying to just not kick the engine in and drive completely on batteries. There's little arrows going everywhere that show you where you're getting your drive from. The trouble is, it's like Greenpeace have reinvented Tetris for 2005 because you're constantly just trying to use the batteries in town and not kick in that V6. You become obsessed. And already I'm holding up traffic because I'm trying not to go over that 31 mile an hour limit. See, that's just pure electric. Surely this is the kind of car that Ken Livingstone actually wants to see driving around London town. It's exactly what you want. Oh my God, look. Look at that. There's Ken. Quick. Oh, he's getting in. Oh God, let's just follow him. Oh, I don't believe this. We've actually found him. Well, where's he going? Now, another thing this Lexus does particularly well is car chases. Because with the addition of those two electric motors, this car produces 269 brake horsepower, which is 30 more than standard. It means it gets to 62 half a second faster than the standard RX, and it also provides a useful boost when you're overtaking. Which means that we should be able to catch him. Oh, God's sake, get out of the way! Can't believe it, look, he's on the phone. Ken! Mate, hello! Wait! Ken! Excuse me, mate! Wait! Ken! Oh, come on!
You've got to hand it to him. He practices what he preaches and loves his public transport.
Oh, there he is, Ken! Hey, Ken! No. Right, he's getting on the underground. If he's going back to GLA, he'll be on Tower Hill. I reckon we can beat him. Hello, mate. Can I just have a quick talk? Really interested in this. This is Lexus's new car, and it's a hybrid. Low fuel consumptions, no emissions in town. What we really need is no congestion charge. You get me? I mean, get in there. Look, DVDs, you know, it's got plenty of room, and it's got everything you possibly need. Yeah?
Tom, I don't think it's the real Ken Livingstone.
He doesn't seem to know what he's talking about.
I don't think it's him.
Excuse me, mate.
So then, Tom, this Lexus, I reckon Ken might be right, because big cars like this, 4x4s in city centres, trying to park them, narrow streets.
Well, no, I would agree with you. Apart from that, RX is only 2 centimetres longer than a Mondeo and puts out the same CO2 as something like a 2-litre Laguna.
Harry, you're backing it up. You're liking it, aren't you?
No, I wouldn't buy one. Well, if you think about it, it's not good to drive, you know, it's not something, it's very quiet, but it's not engaging. It's not exempt from the congestion charge. And you wouldn't buy one for the economy, because on that test, we're only getting 25 to 30 miles to the gallon. That's not great, is it?
It's not. Sounds like a bit of a nonsense. I mean, are people going to see through them? You know, is it going to sell?
It's funny you should say that the one way they're doing this is that lots of the big Hollywood A-listers have bought these cars. Tom Hanks has got one, Leonardo DiCaprio's got one, you know, Cameron Diaz has got one, Kirk Douglas has even got one. And it's giving this image that we're being good to the environment, we're going for hybrids, but to be honest, I think it's a bit daft. You know, if you really care about the environment, go and buy yourself a decent diesel Super Mini that does 60 or 70 miles to the gallon. And if you want a cool 4x4 and you've got 35 to 45 grand, stuff it, go and buy a Range Rover Sport.
Still to come, a world first as me and Vicky go head-to-head in a Formula 1 car and a BMW M5.
Now it's shootout time again, and this week we've got something old and something new. This is the new, the Mitsubishi Evo 9 FQ320. It costs 30 grand, does 0 to 62 in 4.5 seconds, and has 326 bhp from a 2-litre turbocharged engine. It's the latest in a very long line of Evos, but how much has it really evolved? To find out, we're putting the latest Evo against our favourite Evo, the Evo 6. This also has a 2-litre turboed engine and is also, of course, 4-wheel drive. Officially, Japanese regulations limited it to 276 bhp, but those in the know say it's often more like 300. It was the first Lancer Evolution to be officially sold in the UK and has become the Evo connoisseur's model of choice. This is a stunning example and a real office favourite, so win or lose, we've decided to offer it as this week's competition prize. But first up, in the new corner, the Evo 9.
This car is out of the trap like a whippet. It is mega. It's got so much electronic wizardry going on to make sure that it behaves as brilliantly as it can. Now, the driver can switch between 3 modes, depending on what the road conditions are like. You can have a tarmac, a gravel or snow settings. Oh, the gear shift is so beautiful and precise. Brakes pin sharp. The steering, spot on. Spot on. And the handling, oh, ladies and gentlemen, the handling. This car loves going sideways. And so do I. Okay, time to behave ourselves and go for a quick lap. So, brakes third, turn in. Terrific engine, really gutsy, really pulls me out of that corner there. Bit of understeer around that hairpin. Be careful not to go in too quickly or else the back just steps out. Oh, straight line as much as possible.
It crosses the line in 53.17 seconds. And now, in the old corner, the Evo 6.
When this car first came out, I fell in love. The brakes are still super crisp and beefy. The steering is absolutely spot on. Oh, and it's still got that wonderful power to pull you out of corners. It's not as tail-happy as the 9. There's not as much body roll either, so it's quite taut. I think they've sort of softened the 9 up a bit. Do you know what? I would not be surprised if this 6 is quicker than the 9, purely because it's not so leery. Oh, she says. Right. Time to put my money where my mouth is. Onto the brakes, into third, turn, power.
At the radar complex, it's neck-and-neck stuff.
Go on, girl.
But by the hairpin, the 6 is just starting to nudge ahead.
End is in sight. Who's it going to be, 6 or 9?
It's the older Evo 6.
Well done, old girl.
By just a quarter of a second. It is an incredible result that we reckon is down to the 6 being a slightly nimbler machine. And remember, this prime example is this week's competition prize. It's come direct from Japan, has done 43,000 miles and has clearly been cherished. And now I've finished with it, we'll send it back to specialists Extreme Automobiles for a once-over before it's delivered.
Right. Ever since Fifth Gear began, the team have been working on a plan to race a road car against a Grand Prix car. I told them it simply wouldn't happen. The cars are too expensive to run, they're too precious to risk. No one would even listen to them. But then the phone call came. The Williams Grand Prix team had said yes. F1 is a glamorous world, but a closed shop. So this was an unheard of opportunity. Williams were going to lend me one of their Formula One machines so I could race against Vicky in a road car. But before I could be put in sole charge of a vehicle worth millions, first I had to prepare myself to once again drive a Grand Prix car. The star treatment began at Williams' headquarters in Grove, near Oxford, where I was led through the Hall of Fame. Hello, Nigel. Then into a cinema, where the screen moves back to reveal a museum. And finally, through a secret door behind which my car lay. The first task was to make sure I could physically fit in, a question of trial and error with other drivers' moulded seats. I seem to want to go down a bit more, but my hips are jamming on the seat about at this point each side. Right, let's get Ralphie boy seated. Is
that Ralph? This is a Ralph one.
Actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh. People coming lots of different shapes. My bum's gone down further. Yeah. I can't get my elbows down at all.
It's not going to work at all, that one, is it?
Weber, we're at Weber Skinny.
No chance.
See you in a few minutes.
AP. Tidsonia, tiny. Montoya's close. Genet. Genet was close by putting it in. Beretta, tiny. It looks like Montoya. Like everyone, I'd always sniggered at one Pablo Montoya's slightly fuller frame. But sitting snugly in his seat, I now realise he's a fine figure of a man.
So do you want to get the seat right?
What are these things down here then?
Right, clutch. Clutch both sides.
It's got 4 paddles now. Got an excess of paddles.
So 2 clutches, and obviously the paddle change up and down.
Formula One steering wheels are complex computers worth £30,000. I was expected to be intimate with all the control systems before they'd let me out on the track, so they gave me some homework. Although racing Vicky would be just a bit of fun, there were still inherent dangers. The most common cause of death in racing accidents is skull fractures. Smash into a crash barrier at speed and the violent whiplash can literally snap your neck. So since 2003, it's been mandatory to wear a so-called hand system, or head and neck restraint. It tethers your helmet to your seatbelts to cut down on the whiplash movement and reduces the forces on the neck by 86%. The final check was to make sure my head wouldn't hit the ground if I flipped the car. This tiny triangle of carbon fibre is for measuring the line from the front of the cockpit to the rollover hoop behind my head, beneath which it's deemed to be safe. Luckily, I was just below, and with the car now fitted correctly, it was time to sample the next bit of an F1 driver's life. And which way do you pull that off? Backwards? It was time to get fit. Stuart Wilde is Performance Director for Formula Fitness, a company that specialises in getting people like Jenson Button into shape.
F1 drivers have to be some of the fittest athletes on the planet. During a race, they can lose 3 kilos in sweat alone.
Breathe in, hold my stomach in.
Stuart was going to show me a typical F1 driver's routine. First up was a measure of my body fat. It's pointless spending millions shaving the odd kilo off a car's weight if your driver has a penchant for chips.
So you're within the recommended range.
Oh, but you're supposed to say perfect, not within the range.
You're at the top end of the range, which is fine.
Is top end of the range good, then?
Well, for an F1 driver, we want to keep them down below 10%.
What am I?
19.7.
So roughly double Jensen's, which equates to 8 kilos of unwanted weight and costs 0.2 of a second a lap. Next was a test of strength. Apparently anything over 160 is good. Well, hey!
You would expect Formula 1 guys to be 200.
During the intensity of a race, your muscles will scream for oxygen, so a big lung capacity is crucial. This is measured by how forcefully you can breathe out.
Go, 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 go. Push, 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 push.
A top driver can empty 85% of the air in their lungs in the first second. I managed a very respectable 80%. A Formula 1 driver's life depends on his reactions and hand-eye coordination, and to improve them, Stuart takes an easy task and makes it a whole lot more difficult. Modern Grand Prix cars may have power steering, but it's still hard work on the arms, so it wasn't long before I was working those particular muscles. And again, I was made to concentrate on other things, as a driver would have to do in a race situation. Cornering and braking loads of up to 4G mean an F1 driver's head and helmet can increase in weight from 5 kilos to 20, so strong neck muscles are essential. This rig is one of only 2 in the country, and the other is used by the RAF to train fighter pilots. Then it was time for stripping, or exercising to exhaustion. Stuart gave me 4 sets of these rowing exercises, but an F1 driver would do nearer to 20. If you reach this state of fatigue in a race, your coordination must still remain intact, so it's back to the ball.
Keep it going. Keep it going, come on. Good.
Finally, when the body's about to pack up completely, Stuart gives me a last blast of physical and mental exercise, and you can see what 2 hours of hard labour has done to the concentration.
Come, southwest, go. Southwest, 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 go.
Incredibly, F1 drivers sometimes do 2 sessions like this every day, and they're contractually obliged to keep turning up.
I'm ready for me Williams now, I'm ready. Just give me that Grand Prix car. I'm ready now.
Good.
The day of Tiff versus Vicky arrived. We headed for the fastest circuit in Britain, Rockingham.
Honey, I've known you for a long time, and I can sense that you are quite apprehensive about this. I know you've been watching the weather as well a lot.
I have. I've been looking at the 5-day forecast the last 5. Don't rain, don't rain, don't rain. I've been a right tiddly about it all.
Why are you nervous, though?
Well, because I'm to be honoured with driving such a machine. As you know, nobody gets these chances.
No, I know.
So I don't want to put it in the gravel, and I don't want to look slow, and I want to do a good job. And
I know.
But I want to enjoy it. The chance of driving that car is just...
Time to don my Williams uniform, which served as another little reminder of the potential dangers. Regulations dictate that even the sponsors' logos and stitching need to be flame-proof, while the shoulder straps have to be strong enough to support your weight if you need to be hauled out of the cockpit.
Now, as usual in this day and age, there are all sorts of indemnities to be signed before you can have any fun at all. And actually, I've signed them without reading anything. So I thought I'd better check a few things out. It says here, I'm fully aware of and appreciate and accept the risks inherent in Formula One driving. I'm also fully aware that the technology utilised in the manufacture and fitting of race tires is at a leading edge of state-of-the-art scientific knowledge. And it's continually being changed. For this reason, I have taken out, I definitely have all the necessary insurances and sought other protections. Yep, done that.
My mind was temporarily diverted from such matters by another aspect of the F1 driver's life, the stardom. This may only have been a test, but a crowd seems to swarm around anything to do with Formula One. It's hard not to feel a little bit guilty as the teams slave away making final preparations for the car's run.
Now, we're used to seeing F1 cars race against each other, but nobody's ever seen an F1 car race a road car. To really put the performance of Tiff and the Williams into context, we chose another car with a V10 engine, a 7-speed gearbox, and a top speed in excess of 200. I'd be racing Tiff in an M5.
As I climbed aboard, I caught sight of the discreet tribute that every Williams has worn since the great Ayrton Senna died in one of the cars. Another last-minute reminder that this was not an experience to be trifled with.
Join us after the break to see the race start.
Before the break, you saw me preparing to drive a Williams Grand Prix car. And to find out how fast it really is, I'll be up against Vicky in a 200-mile-an-hour BMW M5.
I'm in total heaven. This is just unreal. Here comes little Vicky.
Okay, 70 miles an hour. I'm in third gear, pulling about 5,500 RPM. I have a Formula One car alongside me. My heart is beating. And goodness knows what Tiff's doing in there. I bet he's having the time of his life.
Oh, this is sensational, doing no speed at all.
Flags up. It's dropped, we're off!
Oh no! Phenomenal acceleration.
Immediately, Tiff consumes about 3 gears and he's just off like an absolute bullet.
Stunning! The corners just go up so quickly. The steering's the best thing, it feels fantastic. The acceleration is violent. Vision gets blurred. Blink, Tiff, blink.
Now we know the M5 is fast, and boy was I trying hard.
I am driving my little heart out.
But incredibly, Tiff was going 30 seconds a lap quicker.
Bit of oversteer, the back wants to step out as he feed in 800 horsepower. I already need the neck brace to rest my neck. Oh, my muscles have gone. Boo, 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 boo.
Tiff was keeping up an average lap speed of 102 miles an hour, while I was giving it everything but could only average 74.
So onto the brakes, big fat brakes, which almost, at this stage now, the pedal is almost going to the floor. Turn in, feed the power in, back end slid a little bit, try and control it, because I love going sideways, don't get me wrong, but when you're in a race with a Formula One car, sideways is not really the way it should go. I wonder where Tiff has got to. Oh, here he comes!
There she is! She's in my sights! The little minx! Oh, ho, ho. And she's smoking tyres, giving it everything. Hello, Vicky. I'm here. Woohoo! She's on the grass. She's on the loose.
Can you believe it? Well, that's what happens when you see a Formula One car in your rear view mirror. I fell off the road onto the grass. I bet Tiff will be loving it.
She's doing a fantastic effort, but she's beaten. Oh, she's so beaten.
Oh my goodness, the noise is just so awesome.
I can smell her brakes. I can smell everything. And she's there.
The most awesome, piercing, pure sound. Oh, terrific. Absolutely terrific. That is something I will never forget. Oh, wicked.
Neck muscles have gone, brain's gone. This is unbelievable.
Oh, I'm going to treasure this view forever.
As you can probably tell, I can't speak a lot at the moment because I'm trying to get my brain back inside my body. Oh, thank you so much. That was sensational. Oh, it's a stunning experience.
Hey, well done, mate.
I'll tell you what, you know, you drive all these cars, you've been doing it for years, and yet that's probably one of the first times I've ever seen you so choked up. I mean, great to see. What was it like?
I was absolutely blown away. I mean, when I went past Vicky, the force blew the camera off his head or something. The camera went a bit haywire when I went past. There's so much energy involved.
So does that make it is it really hectic? Are you constantly doing stuff in there?
Well, funny enough, that's the opposite. If you get fit, the cars are now so well sorted that they're actually quite easy to operate. And I think this is why kids can be within a second of Schumacher when they first drive a Grand Prix car. But finding that final second with that sort of grip level, that is what is so hard to do.
Hello and welcome to Fifth Gear. Brace yourselves for another 60 minutes of the best cars on TV.
On tonight's programme, we've got the supposed fastest car in the world, a bike versus car shootout, and a lot of arm-waving and swearing as Vicky and I take part in Silverstone's first ever 24-hour race.
But we begin with a film about drag strips, DJs and Spitfires. Obviously, that's a job for our Tom.
This car costs £115,000. That's as much as, well, a helicopter. So what makes it so special? Well, it's the fastest four-door saloon in the world, having been clocked at more than 200 miles an hour. It's basically a Bentley Continental GT with an extra 20 inches. They call it the Continental Flying Spur.
Bentley are also calling it the ultimate Grand Tourer, but I'd like to think of it as the ultimate party car, because theoretically the space and pace of the Spur make it the best way to jet you and your friends between social engagements, no matter how far the distance and how tight the schedule.
So that's what we're going to do. We're going to 3 different events and we're going to test its speed, its cool and its presence. Event 1, the Mopar Nationals. This is an American muscle car show where the aim of the game is to race down Santa Pod's quarter-mile drag strip as quickly as possible. And we thought it would be a great place to test the Bentley's performance.
OK, so this is a 2.5-ton car. How much power do you reckon it needs to make it go past 200 miles an hour? I'll tell you. 552 brake horsepower. That's more than any Ferrari currently on sale. If you go and have a look at that,
That is a 6-litre W12 engine with not one but 2 turbochargers. 0 to 60 comes in just 4.9 seconds. Let's go see. I was drawn against a tough challenger. This Dodge Charger, just like the Dukes of Hazzard have got, has a 7.2-litre engine, which is bigger than the Bentley's. It also has more torque than the Bentley. In fact, it has so much torque that the suspension is stiffer on one side to stop the car rocking when you rev it. With the tyres gently warmed through, the experts were predicting it would destroy the Flying Spur.
Stage. Go! Look at that thing go. This is quite serene. 552 brake horsepower, and I can take my hands off the wheel. It's fantastic. I tell you what, now you've got to stop it. That's superb.
13 seconds was a phenomenal time that dumbfounded everybody, but we didn't have time to soak up the plaudits. Event 2 was a couple of hours away.
We've been on the motorway for about half an hour now, and there's quite a lot of tyre noise, and you do notice over ridges and stuff that the suspension, even in full comfort, is quite hard. And in something that's supposed to be this big cruising machine, I'm quite surprised that it's that stiff-legged. You know, it's a bit kind of It has to be said, though, that the cruising is absolutely effortless. Here we are at 70 miles an hour, and we are doing a fraction under 2,000 RPM. It's barely ticking over. It's lovely being in here. I mean, it does smell, you know, like you want a Bentley to smell. It smells of leather and rich people.
But you might say those traditional qualities are a given. Our next event will test something slightly more subjective.
Hey girls, beat boys, superstar DJs, here we go!
Set in the heart of Shakespeare country, Global Gathering is one of Britain's biggest dance music events, where every superstar DJ in the world plays a set. We headed straight for the VIP area to find out if the Bentley really is cool. First up, one of the most influential DJs in dance music, event organiser James Allgate.
You're the closest, I reckon, we've got to a minister of cool.
Oh, OK. That's very nice, thank you.
I know you're well into your cars. You've got an M3 at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we just want to know, is the Bentley cool?
I have to say, I think it is, yeah. It's the air of arrogance, I would say. So I did give it the old cool thumbs up. I think older Bentleys was very much the, you know, stiff upper lip traditionalist, you know, starched collars and, you know, the banker set, which I think it's done really well to shrug off.
So you think it's changed?
Definitely, yeah.
So when did that happen? Is that a recent thing?
Probably when they actually started designing their cars rather than throwing, you know, engines into boxes. Certainly.
And that's made it cool?
For me, definitely. I would never have considered having a Bentley before. Yeah. Having one of these, definitely, I could see myself in it.
Next up is car barmy Judge Jules. He's got a Merc SL and a Range Rover, but what does he make of the Bentley?
You've got to have a racing pedigree as the kind of as the cornerstone of being cool. There's no point having loads of plush leather and kind of a mark if it actually doesn't do very much, you know. Otherwise, you're nothing better than a Bristol. Bentley actually create cars that have got that do it all. You know, if you want to be an international statesman, then it does that for you. But if you want to be a boy racer, it does it better than anything.
Ringing endorsements indeed. Join us after the break for our third, final and most daring test yet. We've been taking the Bentley Continental Flying Spur on a tour of Britain. It's already proved itself on the drag strip and been given the seal of approval by a couple of the world's coolest DJs. Now it's time to test the Bentley's image, and for me to sample the rear.
Well, here I am assessing the rear accommodation in the Flying Spur, and I've got to say that rear legroom is pretty darn good. There's plenty of toys to keep me amused. You know, we've got seat heaters and coolers, electric rear seats so that I can recline at leisure. There's even this rather wicked billet ashtray. That's fantastic. But got to say, once I was back here, I realised that the ride's still just that little bit too harsh. You really feel all the bumps in the road, and things like Jags and Merc S-Classes both ride a lot better. Then again, they haven't got the space for a big lump of leather like me to get changed. Ready for the posh bit. Oi, driver, back into stealth mode. Thank you.
In just 1 year, the Continental GT increased Bentley's sales 6.5 times. So does that mean that Bentley are now, horror of horrors, common? Well, we've come to Weston Park in Staffordshire for their annual open-air proms concert.
Here we go, we're getting to the Marshall's Point.
If we manage to get waved through here, we'll know for sure that its presence is unimpeachable.
Oh yeah, we're just going through the VIP area? Yeah. Okay, thank you, cheers. It worked! James, just keep driving. He didn't even question that. He just said, yeah. He just said, yeah, go on, go through it. Look, I've got a special Thomas camera. Hello, my surveillance. Look, where we've got, the stage is only there, look. Put your hazards on, mate, because it makes us look a bit more official. I think the dinner jacket's made it, to be quite honest. Head for the marquees, mate. Just keep going. Just don't stop. We've been stopped. Now there appears to be discussions about why I'm here. I've told them I'm the conductor. Okay, we've sort of been rumbled a bit, and we've been stopped. But seeing as it's a Bentley, they don't seem to mind us filming a bit here, so we're just going to bluff it out and stay.
The concert was spectacular, made all the more special by the presence of a Spitfire, and it underlined the Bentley's biggest strength. In real life, it's the intangible qualities that count. I like the Bentley for the same reason we applaud a 60-year-old plane. There's a Britishness that makes you feel good.
Here's a good question. What do you reckon the average motorist spends on a car?
Ooh, new or old?
Well, both. Everything all lumped together. 20 grand. Oh,
Yeah.
ridiculous, man. Much lower than that.
15.
Oh, quite a bit lower than that too. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, now you're getting daft. Well, believe it or not, it's £8,211. Now, you're not going to get a lot for your money, are you? What are you going to get there? A second-hand Ford Focus or
A new Panda?
Probably, yeah. So, the people in the office, they reckoned you could get something a lot more interesting, and they challenged me to prove it. And I did.
I fancy something to really make the neighbours' curtains twitch, and whatever I end up buying, we're going to give away as this week's competition prize. Well, 20 minutes on the internet, a few calls, and I think I've turned up 3 absolute crackers. All completely different, all highly desirable, and all within 30 miles. Time to kick some tyres. First off, we've got a superb Audi A8. This 99 T-plater is up at a small independent trader for just £7,700. It comes with all the goodies: leather, wood, Alcantara, climate control, Tiptronic box, you name it. You can get A8s for even less, but I particularly like this one for its sensible mileage, its full service history, and the fact it's had just 2 careful owners. Yes, it's the smaller 2.8 model, but these girls can still pick up their skirts. Now, just 6 years ago, this car would have cost you £37,000. Rumour has it, Audi sold these to the market at a loss in order that they could break into the luxury car sector. It was great value then, so imagine what great value it is today. It's a good bus, isn't it? This car's already 500 quid under our £8,200 target, but that's not going to stop me trying to chip away. So, Nick, a fine example of an A8.
Thank you.
You've got this up for what, 7,695, I believe?
That's correct.
Well, we like a deal, I do like a dirty deal, and I'm quite insulting at times, so I think I might bid you 6.5.
That's a bit low. I was thinking more around the 7.5 mark. It's a very good value car, I think.
7.5, and that's as low as you're going to go, is it?
It is, yes.
So, didn't exactly beat him to death on the price, but still, 7.5 grand, not bad for a 99 A8. However, I'm keeping a cool head, and off to scout out number 2, a modern-day icon. Yes, it's a Mini Cooper, and it's no junker. This privately owned 2-owner example has just 38,000 miles on the clock and comes with full history. Just a year ago, this car would have cost you around 11 grand. Now, at bang on 8, it's already 200 quid under our target price. I've kind of forgotten just how good the Mini Cooper is to drive. It's great fun, the handling is go-kart-like, and it's a car when, every time you jump in it, every time you drive it, it brings a smile to your face. I love the interior, the build quality is very BMW. It's going to look good today, tomorrow, and even in 10 years' time. Question is, can we do anything with the price? It's a great little car, isn't it?
It is.
Now, you know what I'm going to ask? Any movement on the price?
No, definitely not.
£8,000.
It's a bargain and I'm not budging on the price.
Well, I have to agree with you, it is a good buy, but I'm not going to say yes or no now. We've got one more car to look at today, and we need to go and have a look at that. So if I can give you a call later.
OK.
So, one more to go, and I think I've saved the best to last. Now, I've been really looking forward to this one. This is a Porsche 944 Cabriolet. Yours, sir, for $8,995. So it's a wee bit over our £8,000 budget, but I'm sure there's some fun to be had. These Cabriolets were 42 grand back in 1991, and this one's only done 79,000 miles, which is nothing. Plus, it's got a few extras, like electric leather seats, as well as the standard toys. And all the good signs are here. Full service history, so essential with a Porsche, and all the MOTs. Now, this is the S2 version of the 944, the most desirable of the bunch. It's got a 3-litre engine, develops 211 horsepower. That's good enough to get you to 60 in 6.1 seconds, and it'll top 150 miles an hour. You know, I really like this car, and it's certainly worth bidding for. Trouble is, it's 800 quid over budget. Time to lock horns with a motor trade. Good, mate. Good. Get in your chair.
Thank you.
We like the car.
Yeah.
We'd like to buy the car. The only thing is, we've got a budget of 8 grand.
We're going to need you to pay a little bit more than 8 for the car if you are interested in it.
Right.
8.5.
8,250.
8,450.
8,250.
No, I can't.
Let's split the difference. Let's call it 8,3 and a bit. 8,3.
8,3 and a bit. Oh, yeah.
8,3.5.
8,350, yeah. And the vehicle can be yours.
Nice work, Jace. But what was your actual target figure?
8,211.
It's 8,211. That is what you were allowed to spend. And what did you actually spend?
8,350.
Yeah.
You failed.
Well, not really. I mean, I was only 100 quid over the top, and it was a Porsche, and it is a great car. But I'll tell you what, we had such fun on the day. It's amazing what you can unearth if you dig around the dealers and in the press and the papers. It was great fun. In fact, even the Audi had to ring my old man up about it and tell him about it. It was just such a great car.
For 7 years, the fastest road car in the world has officially been the McLaren F1. Constructed using exotic materials, it had an engine bay lined with gold. Every aspect of the car was developed without compromise, right down to a lightweight stereo. It was reliable, practical, and could do 240.1 miles an hour. I never thought anything would go faster. But something has. The £380,000, 240.3 mile an hour Koenigsegg CCR. It's a remarkable car, not least because it was dreamt up by a Swede who at one time exported chickens to Estonia. When he was 22, Christian von Koenigsegg decided to make the fastest car in the world. He blagged a government grant borrowed a wind tunnel from Volvo and took over an old fighter jet factory as premises. 12 years on, he's seemingly achieved his dream. His first effort was the CC8S. It had a 4.7-litre V8 and a massive 655 horsepower. But crucially, the car wasn't quite fast enough. So they bolted on a clever supercharger to create a colossal 806 horsepower and promptly broke the speed record. Just. So we knew it was fast, but I wanted to know if it handled. But wouldn't you just know it, our £380,000 car had a flat battery. So it was out with the Volvo crew bus and on with the jump leads.
Are we ready?
Contact.
Unfortunately, within just a couple of laps, the clutch pedal went to the floor. We assumed a minor bolt had failed, but it was something we weren't tooled up to fix. A rather ignoble end for a car that promised so much. Although, to be honest, that was enough. So that's it, my first experience of the world's fastest supercar. But I have to say, even that short experience was a bit disappointing. It felt more like I was driving a brand new racing prototype for the first time rather than the well-sorted supercar. I went up to second and third and there was no acceleration when I opened the throttle because the gearing is so tall, perhaps, to help it reach that amazing top speed. And the steering, when I first went to the corners, it's got too much power assistance really for track use. You don't feel the car at all. The gear changer is actually quite good. That huge lever looks horrible inside the cockpit and has a lot of movement on it, but the gears actually went in very well until, that is, the clutch pedal all went floppy, no more gears available, coasted to a halt. A very short day done. Our specialist car dealer chum, Chris Routledge of Coys, has dealt with the factory and customers a fair bit over the past 12 months and has a better idea than most about the Koenigsegg ownership experience.
Well, there you have it, a Koenigsegg CCR, the fastest car in the world today, and there it lies, broken down with a faulty clutch. Now, you think that would put you off buying a Koenigsegg, but it doesn't. The people who buy these cars buy into that. When you buy a Koenigsegg, you're a factory test driver. It's all part of being on board in the earliest days of the Koenigsegg project, and none of them mind a bit. If there's a problem with your Koenigsegg, what you do is you pick up the telephone and you call the factory, and chances are you'll speak to Christian Koenigsegg himself. And do you know what Christian will do for you? He'll do for you what he's doing for us. He's put a man on a plane, and he's on his way here now. And this car tomorrow will be up and running again. It's that degree of intimacy that Koenigsegg owners love. It creates a loyalty. The man who's selling this one is only selling it because he's buying another one of an even higher specification. And we know a guy who's got two, one for him and one for his friends.
Some people obviously take great pride in saying they own the fastest car in the world. Personally, I prefer saying I own the second fastest.
Oh, what a letdown, eh? But to be honest, Jason, I'm almost glad it broke, because for sure I would have thrown it off the road.
Well, certainly looking at the pictures, it looks awful. It's pitching and, you know...
It's like a bucket on ball bearings.
Well, you didn't look comfortable, you didn't look confident.
But the trouble is, the guys that do buy these cars, they've got everything else. They've got the Ferrari, they've probably got a McLaren, they've got everything they need. And so they don't drive them very often. They just love owning the fastest car in the world. So they don't drive them, they don't care.
But it's not the fastest car in the world. It's not the Bugatti Veyron at 253 miles an hour.
No.
It's got to be, surely.
A couple of journalists have claimed that they've done that figure, but I phoned up the Guinness Book of World Records this morning to check, and that hasn't been ratified. So officially the fastest car is still the Koenigsegg.
But it's still not the best. The best supercar in the world. It's got to be the Pagani Zonda F.
You've so fallen in love with
I do,
Pagani.
I love that car.
Yeah, but I reserve judgment because the Veyron is coming out now. Hopefully we'll test that soon. But as far as I'm concerned, none of them are ever going to beat the McLaren F1.
Still to come, the high drama of Tiff and Vicky competing in Silverstone's first ever 24-hour race.
We're in Anglesey for another car v bike shootout spectacular. Meet Kev Smith. He works for Motorcycle News and is the most natural rider we know, a kind of two-wheeled Tiff. Last year, he slid his leathered body over a shiny black Ducati and recorded one of our best ever shootout times on the way to beating Tiff in a Lambo. Good work, fella. Now we've given him this, a Suzuki GSX-R 1000. It's the superbike of the moment. There's loads of mind-blowing statistics to go with it, but here's the one that really gets me. This thing weighs just 166 kilos and puts out 176 bhp, the equivalent of 1,060 bhp per tonne. Which means I'm going to need something equally hairy-chested. This is the Westfield XTR4. It's got an uprated Audi 1.8 turbo engine developing 250 bhp and it weighs 600 kilograms. So it's 3.5 times heavier than the bike, but has 1.5 times the power. It also has 4 fat tyres, which means loads of grip, which means loads of cornering speed. OK, Kev, get your leg over. Show us what you're made of. Now, the problem Kevin encountered with the Ducati last year was getting the power down out of Anglesey's sharp corners. The Suzuki's got even more grunt and less weight, and you can see how Kevin is fighting to keep the front wheel anchored. But just listen to the howl of that 1-litre 4-cylinder engine spinning up to 13,000 RPM. 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds. 0 to 150 in 11 seconds. And at less than 9 grand, yes, 9 grand, you can see why for most of the summer they'd sold out. Let's time the nutter. Still struggling to keep the front end down, Kev monsters the bike around in 49.1 seconds.
Now this Westfield might look like a Le Mans racer, but it is fully road legal. Can you imagine? It costs £29,000, but you don't buy this car for the luggage capacity or the options list. You buy it for its focused driving thrills. This thing goes to 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. It's taking me all my strength and all my focus to really get the best of it. Everything happens so quickly. There's not much suspension going on, but it is a beautifully balanced chassis. If the back end steps out, just a tiny movement of the steering wheel brings things back in. The power is pretty instant. Hit the gas, bang, you get some power. It's phenomenally quick. Woo! And if anything can teach that bike a lesson, this has got to be it. Okay. Let's see if we can spank that two-wheeled boy's arse. Start the stopwatch.
By radar, the super-glued Westfield is a second ahead. A lead it maintains through the hairpin. Crossing the line, 1.1 seconds ahead of the bike.
This car is not for wimps.
But I'm sorry, Vix. I wasn't caring in the end whether you won or lost, because I was just enjoy watching Kevin ride a bike around that little tight, twisty track. He's got his knee down everywhere. He's backing into the hairpin on the rear brake. Absolutely fantastic
Awesome stuff.
Awesome. Anyway, back to my toys. Now, just to save some embarrassment this week, I've already pre-entered Suzuki GSS-RRRRR. And its lap time was...
49.1 seconds.
49.10. And if we enter that, we'll find it just beats the Ducati 999 time that Kevin did last year.
But you know what these bike boys are like, though, Tiff? Kevin reckoned that he could have had a fettle with the Suzuki, sort of changed the suspension slightly, and he reckons he could have gone quicker.
Can't do that.
No, you're not allowed to do that. I'm glad you didn't let him have a fiddle.
No.
Because, you know, all these things should be as they come out of the showroom. No touching them, production-based.
No fiddling and fettling.
But no matter how much fiddling he would have done or could have done, I don't think he would have ever beaten the Westfield's time.
Of course not, Victoria, of course not. But the interesting thing there is that he did beat the Ducati, and that's what, in a £9,000 Suzuki, and what the Ducati's, what, £2.5 almost dearer. So
yeah.
Pretty impressive on the Suzuki, but not as impressive, I know, Vix, as
the Westfield
time.
XTR4.
Yeah, give me all those funny numbers in a minute's time. The XTR4, which did a lap time of
48.0.
Which, to be honest, Vix, I'm not very happy about. Because that is now the quickest lap time in a fifth gear shootout. Even beating my time I did in a Mosler last year. But our shootouts are supposed to be for Packer production road cars. It's a flipping racing car. You look at it, it's got to wear a crash helmet, the driver's got a great wing on the bow. That's not a road car.
I totally agree with you, but it does have a tax disc, so therefore it is road legal.
It doesn't count unless you're prepared to drive it on a Monday to Friday to work, excluding Mr. Westfield himself. Yeah, that doesn't count. It's not. It's a race car. It just looks silly. It just looked twitchy and nervous and...
Which it was, and just like a racing car, I had to make sure that the tyres were warmed up and the brakes were warmed up before I could go for my flying lap. So, I agree.
They're all rubbish, them things.
It's a track day car. So our moral victor, really, today, was Kevin on his Suzuki, Vix.
Hear, hear.
Now, 24-hour racing is one of the hardest forms of motorsport. Not only have you got to make sure your car survives, not only have you got to make sure you avoid all the other drivers, but you have also got to combat the extremes of fatigue. Now, when we heard there was going to be a 24-hour race in Britain, naturally, we had to get a team together and rise to the challenge.
This is a tale of dangerous conditions, tired drivers, near misses, frayed tempers, big crashes, an old Merc, and a very surprising result.
The 55 entries are split into 6 classes, depending on how much power you've got. The top classes are for things like Porsche 911s, Ferraris, and a 5.6-litre Mosler, while at the other end is R-Class for cars that are basically standard.
We'll be driving this yellow and blue Honda Accord, prepared by privateer team Barwell Motorsport, who my brother Chris works for. We've enlisted the help of 2 touring car stars to help share the driving, James Kay and Mark Lemmer. Our major rivals were going to be a trio of factory-backed Mazda RX-8s.
Torrential rain made conditions for the rolling start incredibly dangerous. Nobody envied James as he took the first stint, because with 24 hours of racing ahead, there'd be nothing worse than crashing out on the first lap. The lead Mazda was right in front of James, and despite zero visibility, he managed to find a way past. The Mazda came back. But some brave driving got us ahead again. We were all edgy, knowing that when you're doing 120 mile an hour in heavy spray, cars can literally appear out of nowhere.
So far, so good. James has made a cracking start. We are 16th overall and leading our class. And most importantly, the Mazda, who is our main competition, is 3 places behind and half a second a lap slower.
It was a relief to get through the opening stages unscathed, not least because of the pressure of sponsors who always expect a decent return on their investment.
We'd
spend probably, say, £2 grand on the fuel, £6 grand on tyres for the weekend, and then you've got the personnel, the car, the preparation. So if we had to pay for it all, it'd probably be about 40 grand for the weekend. So it's an expensive game. I mean, the car's been completely stripped down to the bare shell, and then we put racing suspension, racing brakes. We take all the weight out of the car, we put the long-distance fuel tank in, but the engine is fairly standard, the engine and gearbox are fairly standard.
As dusk fell, we were clear leaders in the class, and with 61 laps done, it was time for my first stint, and the team were hoping I could extend James's 2-lap lead over the Mazdas.
Unfortunately, conditions were worsening and the man with 14 Le Mans on his CV was finding things a bit tense.
I'll tell you what, if you ever fancy taking out motor racing, don't do it in a front-wheel drive car in the rain, in the night, with 54 other cars all on the same piece of circuit. It's not fun.
The biggest problem we've got out there tonight is just people and the differential in speeds of cars. You've got cars which are much, much faster than ours and cars that are a lot slower, so it's a matter of just keeping yourself clean all the time.
I've just been attacked by that poxy Marcos that keeps on going fast and slow and catching me and f***ing me up. Oh no, it's that poxy Marcos again. Jesus, what have I let him through for?
And if it wasn't the Marcos that was bothering Tiff, it was the rather weak headlamps.
All I've got is one round glow in the middle of the road, 50 yards ahead of me. I can't see any apexes, any turning points. Can't see all. If I survive this driving stint, I'm going to buy you all some spotlights so you can put them on for next year.
As blue lights reminded me how close we all were to serious danger, I was glad my stint was over. We were 7 laps ahead of the best Mazda.
Well, an hour and 45 minutes of nervous times are over. The car's brilliant. I mean, it just feels like it's still brand new. I kept on overtaking Mazdas, so I guess I can't be doing too badly.
Now, obviously, there's no accommodation at a circuit, so a lot of the drivers bring fancy motorhomes to sleep in. We bagged one of the best, a 38-foot-long Monaco Diplomat. For just over £200,000, you get an expandable leather living space with theatre surround sound. There's a kitchen that's big enough to entertain a full race team and a master bedroom for drivers who want a bit of privacy.
Not that you get to spend much time in here. Just as you nod off, it's time to haul yourself back out of bed and back into the dazzling melee for the next stint.
It's about 1 o'clock in the morning when I should be in bed.
More rain and oil was turning Silverstone into a treacherous surface. Although Mark survived this spin in our car, others weren't so lucky. By 1:30, 8 out of the 55 starters were out. Accidents and mechanical failure were scuppering some high-profile teams. But the S-Class Merc, which had been driven here from Germany, just needed its screen wiped. Then it was window down and back into D to just keep on going.
Although the team was keeping up a consistent pace of 70 miles an hour, fatigue was taking a grip and silly mistakes were creeping in.
I've just realised why I can't bloody see it because of this internal light. All that time I've been worrying and I've been thinking to try and turning the flipping thing off.
The circuit is largely unlit and it takes superhuman levels of concentration to stop dozing off. The near misses and close shaves were becoming more frequent. James was certainly feeling tired.
Falling asleep, actually. Do try and keep awake, please. We've got an important job to do here.
We were, however, maintaining a 10-lap lead over the Mazdas. We hadn't seen them for a bit, and then, while Mark was driving, one suddenly reappeared. For a deathly few minutes, nobody knew what had happened. The car was recovered to the pits and a frenzy of activity identified a bent steering arm and a bit of cosmetic damage. The guys got it patched up and we sent Mark back out, still 8 laps ahead.
The pit boys relaxed and got some much-needed shut-eye. Big mistake. The car had a problem.
I've got a vibration from the right front, over. Okay, stop this lap. Stop this lap.
Earlier on when we had an impact with the Mazda, it obviously did some damage, but it's done more than we originally thought.
Tyre is fine, Mark. Tyre is fine. Okay, we're looking for a more serious problem then, because there's definitely a vibration, and it's a more serious problem.
The car was put in the garage for a lengthy stop. The problem was traced to a cracked drive shaft, and while it was replaced, the team carried out more running repairs. Time was ticking away. Nerves were fraying. Mazda took the lead. Join us after the break for the race conclusion.
Before the break, you saw the highs and lows of our 24-hour race so far. Despite treacherous conditions, some wayward driving by the opposition, and an impact with one of our Mazda rivals, we were still going.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning. James is just about to finish his stint. He's got about 10, 12 laps to go. We are 1 lap behind the Mazda. I'm about to go out to do my very first stint, and I feel a bit of a cheapskate because I've had a good night's sleep.
I was nervous to say the least. I didn't want a silly mistake to mess up everyone else's hard work.
Pit lane speed limiter, pit lane speed limiter.
Is that the top one? Boys, I'm behind the Mazda. I can tell where I'm quicker in some corners in the Mazda, and I can also see where he's slightly quicker than me. So, I need to sort it out.
And I did.
Perhaps the most difficult thing, I think, was coming in, because when you've been out racing for over an hour, you get into some sort of rhythm in your head, and then you come into the fuel lane, straight down to like 20 kilometres an hour, and loosening your belts and having to get out of the car, that's quite a difficult thing to sort of get your head around. And then coming in to change over with Tiff is perhaps the most traumatic experience I've had today, because he's such a flapper. But he's in and he's away, so that's cool.
I can't believe I've got back in this car after, 21 hours of racing now. It just still feels so tight, responsive, gearbox lovely.
The changeable weather, combined with some dozy drivers, made the rest of the day both difficult and dangerous. Mechanical failures were claiming more and more victims, including, with 2 hours to go, our closest rival.
Oh dear, and the Mazda's stopped now. There's a pity, the poor old Mazda's stopped.
You'd think that would remove the pressure, but there was still the ever-present threat of crashing off. The only thing worse than going out in the first hour is going out in the last hour.
Well, Vicky's out there now for the last hour and a half of the race, and really all she has to do is to drive as well as we all know she can, and watch out for sort of errant other drivers. That is really the only danger. And sometimes I see if anyone catches me up in that last stint, I was just pulling over, indicating, just letting them by, let people get on with the rest of their race. All she's got to do is bring it home and enjoy it.
Fat chance. My heart was in my mouth. The only thing that hadn't had a rest was the car, and I was panicking about every little noise.
The car's definitely feeling battle-worn. I have vibrations through the steering, through the throttle.
To break down now on the brink of a class victory would be gutting, so I was taking things super steady. But drop off the pace and you lose concentration.
Almost bloody threw it off there under the brakes.
Vicky, your lap times are dropping off. Keep concentrating.
Do you want me to pick the pace up?
You betcha.
Okay, the team have just put a call out onto the radio for me to go a bit quicker. And that's what they want. I've got to deliver. Shit.
But we done it!
Oh, come on, come on!
After 543 laps and 1,734 miles, it was time to cross the line one last time.
Oh my God!
We were 14 laps clear of the best Mazda and we were class winners.
Well done, well done, well done, everybody, everybody, everybody!
Hey, look at you. Well done. Fantastic result there. But what won overall?
I don't care.
I don't know.
No, I do. That green Mosler did a fantastic job. They won outright, but we were actually 11th overall, beating some Ferraris and Porsches, so we are a bit chuffed.
Yeah, it was brilliant. One of the best bits for me, though, was that old Merc S-Class. It finished 28th, and it gassed up, and it drove back to Germany. Brilliant.
Superb.
Hello and welcome to the Fifth Gear HQ for another hour of the world's finest motoring programme.
On tonight's show, we've got all the fun of the fair from the Goodwood Festival of Speed, Tiff toddling around in a hot hatch shootout, plus me meeting 7 times Formula One world champion Michael Schumacher, who's wearing a hat.
But we begin with a car that's a favourite of dictators and diplomats around the globe. Obviously, this was a job for Jason.
This is the new Mercedes S-Class. Compared with the old one, it's bigger, quicker, more economical and loaded with trend-setting technology. People are banding around the term greatest car in the world. So we best find out who it is then. It's been 5 years in development. Gone is the understated old shape, replaced by a much bolder design, with muscle car-style bulging wheel arches. Merc wanted to see this hurtling down the motorway and get out of its way. Build quality? Well, after a few years where standards seem to slip a little, they've really upped the ante. The reassuring thunks and clunks are back, as they should be, mind you, because this car starts at £55,000 and goes all the way up to 100 grand. Let me give you an idea about the attention to detail Mercedes have gone to in putting together this new S-Class. They got a load of rival manufacturer cars, hooked up some drivers to heart rate monitors, and then sent them on a 300-mile journey. And they found that on average, the drivers in the S-Class had a heartbeat 5 beats per minute lower than the competitor cars. And I can quite believe it. It's totally silent in here, almost eerie, but completely and utterly relaxing. Now I'm driving the new S500, which comes in at a shade under 70 grand in standard trim. It's got the new 5.5 litre V8, which kicks out 388 horsepower. And I've got to say, for a car that weighs, what, nearly 2 tonnes, it's enough get on the move. In fact, 0 to 62 comes up in a hair-like 5.4 seconds. And it feels like it could go on and on forever. But in typical German fashion, they've capped the top speed at 155. Now, the car comes standard with a 7G Tronic automatic gearbox. It's 7-speed, and the changes, well, they're seamless. It's a joy to use. You can also override it in manual mode with some buttons behind the steering wheel. The ride on air suspension, which can be varied from silky smooth to sporty at the touch of a button, is fantastic. As you'd expect from the S-Class, it's very comfortable, a great place to be. And then there's adaptive body control, which is an option but fitted on this car. Here, 4 hydraulic rams will stop any roll in the car. That takes the body control just that bit further. And it's amazing to think how far these big luxurious barges have come on over the years. And this new S-Class has certainly lifted the bar just that bit further. The S-Class has always been a showcase for technology, being the first ever car to be fitted with ABS and ESP. So what's new on this model that we can expect on every other car in years to come? Well, this is the command system, a bit like BMW's iDrive, but a bit easier to use. Oh, and look at those pretty pictures when you move the seats. Now, a really cute option on this car is a technology called Distronic Plus. And that's a system that uses radar to maintain the gap to the car in front. So let's say you're on a motorway, and as often happens in the UK, people start jumping on the brakes and the gap starts to close. The car will automatically brake, even down to 0, and then when the gap opens again, it'll accelerate back up to your preset speed limit on the cruise control. Sounds great in theory, and the automatic braking works very well in stop-start traffic. But would I trust it to brake enough to avoid a collision if I made a last-minute lane change? With feet off the pedals, I put my trust in the car and swooped across. I interrupted it. I didn't think it was going to stop. It takes nerves of steel to believe this £1,800 option is going to stop you in time, and it's never going to change the way you drive. But it is a reassuring safety net to have lurking in the background. So, with the gloom descending on the Swiss Alps, it's time to reveal the S-Class's final party piece. The Speedo may look normal, but it's actually a computer-generated image. Press a button and it's replaced by a camera view from the top of the windscreen. It's called Night View Assist. Buried between the normal headlamps are 2 infrared ones, which Merck claim can improve vision by up to 150 metres compared to normal dipped beam. And because infrared is invisible to the human eye, it won't dazzle oncoming traffic. But is it any good? Now, throughout the day in various tunnels, I've been testing out this Night View Assist. And all it's done is confuse me, disorientate me. It's been no use at all, you know, in those situations. So what we thought is we'd come out and we'd really put it to the test. Ian, our director, is about 150 metres up the road. I can see him on dip beam with my naked eyes. Let's look down at the night vision display. He's nowhere to be seen. It's rubbish. It doesn't work. It's a gimmick. It costs £1,300 and it's an option I certainly wouldn't tick, but it's about the only gripe I've got with the new S-Class. Join us after the break when the gang back in the office will be discussing this awesome car.
Before the break, we saw Jason smoking around Switzerland in the new Mercedes S-Class. Sadly, he's not with us this week because he's swanning around in the south of France, driving the new Ford Focus ST for later on in the series. But, chaps, he rather liked that S-Class. He thought it was quite mega.
Very cool, very cool. I just can't get excited by these big limos. See, the manufacturers seem to be competing now as to who can invent the latest gimmick driver aid.
Not gimmicks,
It's like
Tiff.
Formula One, it's ruining the driving
It's not
experience.
gimmicks.
You don't need all these aids.
No, it's not gimmicks. I mean, they put ABS in the S-Class first.
Oh,
It's
that's
the
useful.
crystal ball of motoring. What they have now, you'll have on your Vectra in 10 years' time. You know?
This Distronic Plus thing, what is that all about? People should use their brains, use their eyes, be able to take their foot off the accelerator when something's slowing in front and put it on the brake and slow the car themselves, not rely on technology and gadgets.
I do agree, but if it stops that one person running into the back of somebody, it's worth it.
But you have to be on cruise control first. You've got to be in cruise control mode for it's working. So already the driver's not using the brake or the throttle. He's already reading his business report or her business report about where the eyes are already coming off the road ahead.
Doesn't matter because it'll brake for you.
But look, my computer's crashed a few times, so this is all run by computers. We've got to get the human being in charge of the car.
Totally agree.
No, it's all good. Anything that helps you interact with your surroundings to give you more information about what you're doing.
The information is out of the windscreen. What's this night vision thing? The screen is below the windscreen, so you're having to look down.
Line of sight is not that different, Tiff. And I have saying that I have seen that work in an S-Class before, and it did seem to work a bit better than that.
If it's heads up, it might have a future. So you're looking out the same view.
Yeah, well, I like gadgets. I mean, you can't work that computer over there.
I can.
So I'm not taking anything for you. I mean,
But you like big fat cars anyway, so...
I like the big fat
You're
cars.
a limo lover.
The more pumpy seaty bits and more screens. In fact, I'm going to have an S-Class. I think that's wicked, and I'm going to have extra screens fitted just to annoy you.
Now time for a quick appeal. I'm sure you've seen our fab new website, but unbelievable as it may sound, it could be even better. The road test section is updated daily by the Fifth Gear online team, and now we want you lot to join in. There are some things you only learn about when you live with a car, like the glove box squeaks or the engine blows up after 10,000 miles. And it's those long-term opinions that we're after. So, if you've always fancied being a car journalist, log on to the website, click on Road Tests, and add your review about a car you know about. Then we'll start building up the best resource of car ownership and opinion in the world. And as an incentive, if your road test really stands out from the crowd, we'll film it and put it on the programme.
Welcome to the Festival of Speed!
For 3 days in June each year, a stately pile just outside Chichester plays host to the international motoring aristocracy when it presents the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's the biggest and most diverse display of motorsport history anywhere in the world, and you can get up close to everything and everyone. Stars like Jenson Button and David Coulthard mix it with legends like Sterling Moss to celebrate everything from racing classics to modern supercars. And I've got an invitation to drive something very, very special. Sorry, excuse me. Excuse me. OK, so nobody wanted my autograph, but there was something I had to sign. A disclaimer.
This is where you sign on to drive the supercars, which means you basically have to sign your name and in case you crash and die.
I'd be driving in the main event at the festival, the celebrated Hill Climb. It's a sprint up the 1.16 mile long driveway to Goodwood House, lined not with crash barriers, but stone walls. Misjudge a corner, and some people do, and you're looking at a write-off or death. But it's a dramatic showcase for cars you'd never normally see up close, including the Ferrari Formula One car owned by our old friend Frank Mountain.
It's actually frightening. It takes basically an hour to get ready, to go up, sort out for a 50-second run. And that's all it is.
Frank tackled the hill climb with ease, but I'd be going up in something even more powerful, even rarer, and even more expensive. The Maserati Birdcage. Built in celebration of Pininfarina's 75th anniversary, it's a concept car based on the MC12. The design is dominated by a stunning transparent roof-cum-door thingamy. It's the only one in the world and worth millions. And they were going to let me drive it. Nah. Ooh. This is beautiful, but what do all the buttons do?
So this is for ignition,
right,
to start.
Yeah.
And this is for engine starter.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. My God, that's a heavy clutch. And listen to that. That's 900 horsepower. That's fairly serious. Absolutely terrified. So, the big moment. 40,000 people were eagerly awaiting this car. I was sweating. The car was straining at the leash. And I stalled it. No. And again. And being a concept car, there's no alternator. So all the engine startups led to a drained battery, its withdrawal, and my utter humiliation. Luckily, Ferrari, who own Maserati, were very good about it and chucked me the keys to something else to take up the hill. It's not an F430 Challenge car. F430 Spider. No, it's not Scaglietti. No. Super America. It costs nearly £200,000 and will do 199 miles an hour. Ferrari worked out that there were 560 people in the world who'd be prepared to buy this car, so they built 559. And sure enough, before they'd even been assembled, they were all sold. Only 60 will come to the UK, which means that seeing one, let alone driving one, is an absolute privilege. Excellent! Of course, this being the Super America, it's no ordinary 575. It's got a really cool trick up its sleeve, which is this. Here we go. For my second run on the hill climb, I was also in some pretty illustrious company. Cars brought here just to take part in this parade of the world's most powerful and celebrated supercars. Not that I was under any pressure, you realise. It's not nerve-wracking. It'll be fine. I hope. Mind you, I said that last time. Now, usually at this stage, you'd expect me to blather on about handling or performance. Well, I'll admit it. I was so busy trying to steer clear of the walls, I forgot to speak. But I did wave.
OK, Tom, now that you're sitting comfortably and no longer having to worry about hitting walls, what we actually wanted to know when we put you in the car was what was it like to drive?
OK, well, world's shortest road test ever, 50 seconds, 1.16 miles, and I can honestly tell you it's a bit like a 575 but with no roof. It was lovely.
Paddle shift? You on that?
I wasn't going fast enough to confuse it, so it worked
revs.
absolutely fine. Sounded fantastic, because that roof obviously flipped off.
Yeah, I liked all that, it was brilliant.
It's all really cool, apart from, you know when you got it backwards and it's gone round and it does that big sort of archy thing? The back's a little shallow bucket, and then it fills full of dust and leaves and things, and perhaps water if you don't get it shut quick enough. Put it back up, all on top of your head. All over your Gucci.
It's a bit embarrassing when you just spent 200 grand on a new Ferrari.
Very much so.
But talking of embarrassment, Tom, what were you exactly doing in that Maserati?
Do we have to talk about this again?
Yes.
After all that, well,
there you are on the start line, ready to go up the hill for the first time in your life, and you kept stalling.
I stalled it, all right? I stalled it, and I stalled it a lot. It's embarrassing.
Was the commentator commentating at the time?
Yeah, the commentator was having a bloody field day. He was shouting all the way down, 40,000 people all going, it's the hairy one who can't drive. Thanks very much.
And you had an Italian man on board with you?
Yeah, patting my hand and telling me it didn't matter when it blatantly really did matter, and everyone was watching. Everyone had been waiting for that car to go up the hill all day. And then pushed off the start line like a disabled cat.
A fabulous looking car, and the people never got to see it because of you.
No, they did get to see it. It did actually get up the hill eventually, just without me driving it.
In a moment, we're going to crash this truck into this bollard. Why on earth should we want to do that, you might ask? Well, let me explain. It's a sad fact that one of the most thoroughly unpleasant uses you can make of a car or a truck is to turn it into a bomb. You'll remember IRA attacks from the past, like the one in the City of London in 1992 and Canary Wharf in 96. They both used trucks filled with explosives. Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma bomber, packed his explosives into a rented truck. The blast killed 168 people. And suicide bombers often use cars and trucks too. driving them to the heart of their targets, then instantly detonating their payload. This is the devastation caused by a suicide car bomb in Egypt. Fortunately, we've never suffered a suicide car or truck bomb in the UK. But in our current state of alert, particularly following July's London bombings, it's a threat that needs to be taken very seriously. So, what can be done to protect us against it? Well, as part of a long-running research and development programme run by the security service MI5, there's continuous innovation and testing of a whole range of measures from a number of manufacturers. This is the Avon Rising Blocker. This is their drop arm barrier. And there are some newly developed sliding gates. Unlike in Hollywood movies where gates always fly open, these gazebo gates stay reassuringly shut. For our test, we've picked one of the most unassuming and surprising of these measures, one perhaps not normally associated with cutting-edge innovation, the humble bollard. This one's made by a company called ATG Access. They're a British firm, founded by a former painter and decorator who became interested in the unlikely subject of bollards when his neighbour's car was stolen. Determined to do something to avoid it happening again, he developed a security bollard system in his garage, which the company still sell today as an anti-theft device. They now sell bigger bollards too, for billionaires to protect their homes and for councils to control access to city centres. Bollards that work by remote control and raise up and down at the command of transponders in cars and buses. But they now claim to have created an ultra-high security bollard that can withstand the force of a hostile truck attack. We can't reveal the trade secrets that promise to make this bollard so tough, apart from saying it's all down to the special materials used and what's installed beneath the ground, the stuff you can't see. It can be lowered flat to the floor when it's not in use, but when it's needed, it can be raised in seconds. It's just 1 metre high and 35 centimetres across, but its makers claim it's tough enough to stop one of those. So tonight on Fifth Gear, we've arranged for the first televised demonstration to see if their claims are justified. Here at Myra in Nuneaton, we're using a high-speed winch to pull the truck into the bollard. And as a substitute for the potential explosive payload in the back, we're using a slightly more inert substance, bags of sand. Right, let's do it. The truck is stopped dead. Though the cab and a shower of debris carries on forward, there's no way it would be going anywhere after this. The bollard is enveloped in wreckage, but how has it taken the impact? Amazingly, it looks totally intact. Even more amazingly, it still works. The test is a complete success. I never thought I'd be able to sleep more soundly because of a bollard, but now I do.
Now, we're all very excited about what's coming up in the show because I will be going head-to-head with the Michael Schumacher at Rockingham. We managed to catch up with him when he was over here for the British Grand Prix, and it was a real treat because he is a very busy man. But the best bit, the cherry on top, was that he signed a car for us and we're going to be giving it away as this week's competition prize. We reckon it will become a collector's item and we will give you the full story later.
Time for a bit more argy-bargy in Anglesey. This week it's 2 Super Minis sizing up for another of our world-famous shootouts.
This is the Ford Fiesta ST, and this, the Mitsubishi Colt CZT. With two fat slug trails over its body, big brassy wheels, and hip-hugging seats, the ST positively shouts its intentions. And it's not just bluster, because Ford has managed to cram a 150 horsepower 2-litre Mondeo motor under its pert little bonnet. It costs £13,595, which is £600 more than our second contender, the CZT. The Colt might look more at home by the post office on pension day, but this little car's had a new lease of life. The 1.5-litre motor's been turbocharged, so produces just 3 horsepower less than the Ford. It's also slightly lighter. So, Plain Jane versus Flash Harry.
150 horsepower in a little Fiesta. Steering's not quite as instant responsive as I was hoping. Wants a bit more feed, wants a bit more weight in it really to give a feedback from the little front wheels scrambling for grip. Now come to our little lift off, catch the slide, and power out corner. Very responsive. Just the brakes, I wanted a sharper pedal. It stops all right, but the pedal goes too deep. I try to heel and toe, and I can't because my foot's gone below the accelerator. Right, let's calm down. Let's try and get something neat and tidy. 4th gear for this first long right-hander. What about 70, 80 miles an hour? Sneaking to 3rd, hardly needing to brake as we turn uphill. Tricky over the top here. Sneak it to 2nd, let the engine rev and sing round to just over 7,000 revs. Down to the hairpin, only needing 3rd gear. Brake as late as I dare. Now, don't go too silly through here. Lift, little touch of oversteer, that's nice.
It crosses the line in 55.39 seconds.
So to the Mitsubishi Colt CZT. So this is a 1.5-litre engine, a little turbo. It feels softer, understeers a bit more, but the gear change, the brakes are up to the Fords. One thing that's going to stop it slightly is the fact that we can't switch the traction control off. So if the car gets a bit out of shape, it's going to be held back by the computers, which may or may not handicap it. Nothing like as edgy as the Ford. We don't get that oversteer, the lift-off oversteer, which of course is a nice aspect in the Ford that helps the car complete the turn. It's a good little car. But is it good enough? Let's concentrate on that fast lap.
The Turbo Colt is half a second down at the radar complex and loses another 1/10 by the hairpin, crossing the finishing line 1.3 seconds behind the Fiesta.
Which, I have to say, was a bit disappointing. I don't know what it is with Mitsubishi. They have all these Evo 8s, the Evo 9 now. They do the World Rally Championship, and yet their road-going saloons are all a bit dull and tame. I mean, I was really hoping to get the Evo hatch. Instead, I just got a little Colt.
Yeah, you see, I don't actually get that, because if you look at... I mean, we've got the specs here, and they've got nearly identical 0 to 60 times. Near identical, both 150 brake horsepower.
Yeah.
You know, nearly the same weight. In fact, the Colt's a bit lighter and it's got more torque. So how can it get beaten by the Fiesta? That doesn't make sense.
I think it comes down to handling, because on there the Fiesta looked rock solid, really nice to chuck in.
Yeah.
Whereas the Mitsubishi was a bit roly-poly, yeah.
The Colt was just rolly and soft, and of course you couldn't completely turn the traction control off, so it kept on cutting in a bit in the middle of the corner.
No.
I hate that when they do that.
I know, I wanted an Evo hatch.
It did look like that. Anyway, how does the time compare on the TIFF Puter?
On my great list, the great TIFF list, which at the moment on page 1 starts with the Mosler, and on the bottom there the Mini Cooper S at 56.37. So I've already put Mitsubishi in again because it saves a little bit of time.
Wow.
And that time, what was it, Vix? What did I do with it?
56.69.
56.
It might electrocute you.
0.69. And when we stick that in, it goes, whoa, down below, right at 22nd place. Just above a Ford sport car, and just behind by 0.02 of a second, a great big Porsche Cayenne S.
Funny enough, it's beaten by that Citroen look, C2.
Yeah,
which is the same cars.
GT. Yeah.
So the C2's still getting it on.
Now, if I enter the Ford, the time was, remind me, Vix?
55.39.
0.39.
I tell you what, that's not bad.
It comes 16th overall. That pushes the Mitsubishi right down to 23rd. And amazingly, look, it beats that great big MG V8, the rear-wheel drive car, by a fifth of a second.
What's that above it there?
Oh, blimey, it's right behind a Porsche Boxster 2.7.
That's pretty impressive. Tiffy, the Ford press pack says that the Fiesta, it protects the novice and rewards the enthusiast. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think it does reward it doing that sort of lap time. But you know, there are little bits. The steering was a bit soft and so with the brakes, so it could be sharper still for the real race. But yeah, I get what they mean. And I've just noticed it's also just behind the great Ford Focus RS by 0.8 of a second. So that's an impressive little car.
Now, in a minute, we'll be showing you exactly what happened when Vicky met Michael Schumacher. And one of the things she managed to do when she met him was get him to sign this seat, which you might remember I bought at the Ferrari auction in Programme 1. Now, what have we decided to do with this wonderful piece of £4,000 automotive furniture? Well, we decided to share it. We got you guys to send in a 15-word email as to why you deserve to sit in it, and we've got answers from all over the world. Here's a few. There's a guy here from Canada, a guy from Germany who reckons he used to work for a guy called Michael Schumacher, who was a filmmaker. Stafford Evans, who says, "Stuff Shuey's seat, I'd like to sit on VBH." I'll tell her that, Stafford, thank you. And this is George from Southampton, who wrote us a poem. Only 15 words, boy, that's crackers. It's harder than Alonso dethroning Schumachers. Anyway, some of them did actually make us laugh more than groan, and we've invited some of them up.
It's music or something, but...
Oh my god! I feel like tiny. Really tiny. I can't believe how small it is.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Fern Webster. I'm 13 years old. I'm a big F1 fan and I want to be an engineer for Formula 1 when I'm older. And I wanted to come and see it up close and here I am. I'm sitting in it now.
See, I reckon that's more than 15 words.
I think you found a replacement for VBH.
So now, what do you think of Michael Schumacher's size, now that you've sat in that?
He's tiny.
He is tiny, isn't he?
It's bummers, because he's really small across here. Yeah, no, he's not.
Go at the back. Your legs would be up here.
Hi, my name's Khalid Hussain. I'm from London, and my 15 words to win the competition were something along the lines of loving to sit in the chair and thinking that Vicky Butler-Henson was fantastic.
Of course, I can't disagree. Fixed, but it is a rigid one.
Always gonna crack. Oh, you see, I'm in.
But you can get in, yeah, you're definitely in.
I didn't think it would be so sort of narrow at the bottom.
It's quite short arm.
Oh, yeah. My name's Kevin Warren. I'm from Southwest London. I work for Rolls-Royce Motor Cars, and my 15 words were, please let me come and see the seat because I've become accustomed to seeing chairs for German asses in English offices. Please don't tell anyone else.
This is the ex-Rolls-Royce employee.
Today, in another hotly anticipated fifth gear world first, I will be challenging the Michael Schumacher and the Rubens Barrichello on a track they've got no chance.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Because we're not talking about speed, we're talking about economy. This is the annual Eco Marathon, which is all about who can use the least amount of fuel. About 50 teams from around the world have brought along lightweight one-offs. And this effort by a French school is the record holder. It can do 10,705 miles to the gallon.
That means that you could drive the length of Britain for 30p. Now, this year, some of the teams reckon that the record is there for the taking. 12,000 mpg could be on the cards. Frankly, I'll just be happy beating Michael.
The man who's won more Grand Prix than anyone else thought it sounded like a bit of a giggle, so kindly choppered in to have a go. As soon as word got out he was on the premises, hordes of people gathered. His Ferrari F1 chum, Rubens Barrichello, was also in tow, but it has to be said, the crowd was only really interested in Michael. A startling reminder that winning 7 World Championships means you can kiss goodbye to any privacy.
Right, so here's the challenge. Michael, Rubens and I will be driving for 1 lap each in this car. Not really, it's actually this one. And we're going to see who is the most economical. It is a slow-down showdown. Come on, boys, let's see what you're made of.
First up was Rubens. The more aerodynamic the design, the better the economy, hence the slightly unflattering recumbent driving position.
Bye.
The rules say everyone has to do 10 miles at an average speed of at least 15 miles per hour. The thin tyres keep rolling resistance to a minimum, so it only takes a tiny 75cc engine to get you moving. If you used a car like this, then your average annual fuel bill would be under a £5. And the performance was clearly blowing Rubens' mind. We'd have to wait for his economy figures though, because next up was Michael. If Shuey's F1 car was as frugal as this one, he could race for 3 seasons without pitting.
Can I drag myself?
It may only have been a bit of fun, but Michael approached the contest with characteristic attention to detail.
How quick I'm going now.
He also rather cunningly turned the engine off to coast down the hills. But then, the unthinkable happened.
Hello, my name's Jenny Goodman. I'm 26. I drive for Team Green, and today I overtook Michael Schumacher twice. It was pretty scary, actually, because I was a little bit worried that we might just crash and, you know, that would be the end of his Grand Prix or something. And later on, he actually overtook me twice, which I'm trying not to advertise too much. And he did actually finish the lap in front of me, as he likes it best.
While the boffins worked out the boys' economy, it was my turn. I was desperate to win and sought some last-minute advice from Foxy engineer Michelle Hayward.
Now, Michelle, Michelle, I'm slightly worried because I don't do economy.
No.
I need help. How do I do it?
Right, you know where you're normally on the throttle a lot?
Oh, yeah.
All right, OK, ease off the throttle a little bit. The idea here is that you keep the engine on for as short a period of time as you possibly can.
Yep.
All right, so now there's 4 main corners of the track.
Yep.
You can burn off down the initial straight, and the idea then is to turn the engine off completely and coast along as much as you can.
OK.
In a situation like this, every gram is critical. So a lightweight petrol engine is preferable to a heavy diesel one. And in theory, I'll only need a thimble full of fuel.
Oh, I can't believe this goes so against my grain. Every fibre in my body keeps telling me to put the throttle down. I really, 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 really want to beat Michael Schumacher, though. And do you know how seriously I'm taking it? I've even taken my shoes off to save weight. Okay. Oh, just listen to that fuel being glugged. Oh, it breaks my heart. You're having a laugh, aren't you? I'm being overtaken by a 12-year-old. Brilliant. Without an engine, I am useless. Yay! Michelle, are you doing it now?
The moment of truth. Time to brim the tank and see if I've been more economical than Schumacher and Barrichello.
It's out of your hands now, girl. Out your hands.
It would mean everything in the world for me to beat Michael Schumacher. You know that, don't you?
Oh. We're going to go and make the calculations.
OK, boys. Oh, no, I can't. I don't want to look. You know... Before you write, you know I've got to beat Schumacher, yeah?
How much?
Okay, what's... Oh, we're going on the board? No, I can't even watch. Yeah. Oh! Oh, no. I'm like a Ferrari sandwich. I'm the filling in a Ferrari sandwich. I'm gutted.
Now, Michael may have beaten my miles per gallon figure, but frankly, our one-lap Shabies efforts were appalling compared to what other people were doing, although the weather on that day wasn't perfect enough for the record to be broken, and it still stands at 10,705 mpg. Anyway, after the break, more Schumacher stuff, plus the chance to win the car that he very kindly signed for us.
Before the break, you saw me and Michael Schumacher in an economy challenge, which he won. Curse him.
Now, we couldn't let Michael Schumacher come all this way and not have a bit of a chinwag. He's allowed 10 minutes of TV PR in this country this year, and he's chosen to give it to us. This is when Vicky met Mickey.
Obviously, this was a privilege not to be squandered, so I was straight in with the difficult, hard-hitting questions on everyone's lips.
Do you prefer the Rolling Stones or the Beatles?
Beatles.
Star Wars or Lord of the Rings?
Lord of the Rings.
Batman or Spider-Man?
Spider-Man, my son loved that more.
Blondes or brunettes?
Obviously blondes.
Obviously. Wine or beer?
Depends the moment.
Rich or happy?
Happy.
And fifth gear or top gear?
Fifth gear. What do you think?
Brilliant.
Now, seeing as he was such a fan of the programme, we thought we'd ask him to sign this week's competition car.
On the along the dash would be mega. You have to go quite slowly, and if you do it quite nice and big, that would be brilliant.
Which just happens to be a Fiat Stilo Schumacher Special Edition. And now it's even more special.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Now, the thing about Shuey is that he doesn't do autographs. So, getting him to sign our car before he left was a real coup. There are only 200 Stilo Schumacher Special Editions, and only ours is signed by the man himself. It has a 2.4-litre 5-cylinder engine and obviously comes in Ferrari red. This is the special GP version, which has ProDrive tuned suspension and 18-inch alloys. If you could find one in the shops, it would cost nearly 18 grand. But we reckon, having been sat in and signed by the most successful F1 driver of all times, makes it priceless.
So, Vicky, you've met him.
Oh, yeah.
What's he really, honestly, like?
Well, I, didn't have a huge amount of time with him, but, he was there, he was working. There was a person just behind him, just off camera, constantly sort of fielding phone calls, people wanting quotes for him all the time. He's a man really in demand.
So he's a business,
He is a business, yeah, exactly.
So, OK then, Tiff, here's one for you. Is he actually any good, or is it just because he's in the right car?
There's so many things that make up a good Grand Prix driver, but he's got three of the most important ones. He's the fittest out there.
Yeah, he definitely is, because when I spoke to him, he said that if he's not in the gym at least 2 hours a day, he gets, just really cross with himself.
Ooh, and that means he can just drive right on the limit for lap after lap after lap.
Right.
Second, he's got this amazing analytical brain, and these modern-day cars are so scientific, but he can feel minute differences on turning, middle of the corner, throttle, braking. And thirdly, he's just very naturally gifted. He's got what all good drivers have to have, and Raikkonen's got bundles, and so has Alonso of natural talent.
What's going to happen to him? What about next year?
I think the tyre problems of this year will be behind him, and we'll see Schumacher back battling it out with Renault and McLaren. It should be a brilliant year next year.
Yeah. Next week on Fifth Gear, we've got the most expensive max power cars in Britain, a tribute to the soon-to-be-killed-off Honda NSX, and the final instalment in our epic 200-mile-an-hour Lotus saga. See you then.
Hello and welcome to the Fifth Gear HQ for another hour of the best cars on TV.
On tonight's show, we've got the most expensive max power cars in Great Britain, me playing it being James Bond in the Aston Martin DB9 Volante, and the final instalment of our amazing 200-mile-an-hour Lotus project.
But we begin with a heavy heart. I'm sad to report the passing of a true great, and we thought it only right and proper that we pay tribute to the Honda NSX. Obviously, this is a job for our Vicky.
It's the greatest car you've never lusted after. For some unknown reason, the NSX never made an impact despite awesome credentials. It was like a Ferrari, but with added user-friendliness. It was loaded with Formula One technology, and at £60,000, it was the most expensive car to come out of Japan.
However, British buyers largely ignored it. For instance, since January this year, they've sold only 10. And as emissions and safety regulations get ever tougher, it would simply be too costly for the NSX to comply. So Honda have thrown in the towel, which means no more NSXs.
To mark the occasion, we've decided to give an absolute minter away as this week's competition prize. But first, here's the obituary.
What are you looking at?
It was 1990, a golden time in Honda's history. They'd just won their 5th straight Formula One Constructors title, with charismatic Brazilian Ayrton Senna winning the Drivers' Championship. It was time to bottle that success and put it into a car. The new sports car experimental, the NSX.
Senna was on board from the start as the ultimate test driver. He refined the handling and suspension while the engineers set about producing the first all-aluminium body shell. That made the NSX light. It might be long and wide, but it weighs about the same as a Ford Focus.
The design was bang on from the word go, so there have only been a few minor changes in the past 15 years, and now there are only 6 new ones left for sale in Britain. It's time for one last spin.
It may be light on paper, but there's nothing flimsy about the NSX. It's a meaty, no-nonsense car that, despite all its high-tech stuff, is sensationally simple to drive and fantastic fun. Because the car sits so low to the ground, you're instantly aware of every move it makes. And you get that tingling feeling, knowing that you're driving a car that was built exactly how Ayrton Senna wanted it. It has an ideal layout, a mid-mounted engine for optimum balance, and oh, what an engine!
It really is a masterpiece. A 3-litre V6 with 4 cams, variable valve timing, titanium conrods, and a rev limit of 8,300.
Strong, so smooth and so sweet. I love the way that it starts to bark halfway through the rev range, and you can really feel when those 280 horses really become their most potent. The whole driving experience encourages you to grab another gear, which I'm very happy to do. Admittedly, there's no getting away from the fact that this isn't as fresh as today's offerings, but therein lies its charm. It is not intimidating. It is an everyday, take it to the supermarket supercar, but it's still capable of 170 miles an hour.
And they were built properly too. The killer proof is that in 1996, the NSX topped a reliability survey alongside a Lexus. Japan's first supercar made the temperamental European opposition look silly.
There has been a star-studded list of owners. Ayrton Senna had a couple. Gordon Murray, the designer of the McLaren F1, had one, and Jenson Button's run one as a company car. Tom Cruise, Jack Nicholson, Bill Gates have all had one, and the first one to go to California went straight to Mr. Star Wars, George Lucas. Although my favourite character has to be Winston Wolfe, the super cool Harvey Keitel character from Pulp Fiction. He has to go and sort out John Travolta, Samuel L. Jackson and Quentin Tarantino. He finds out where they are and then he says, "That's 30 minutes away, I'll be there in 10.
We'll be back in a lot less than 10 minutes when we'll be giving you a chance to join this illustrious company by winning an NSX of your own. Don't go changing.
Before the break, we saw Vicky extolling the virtues of Honda's iconic NSX. Unfortunately, Vix isn't here today. She's swanning around Portugal, finding out what the new Mazda MX-5's like. But boys, are you both NSX fans? Or
Yes, 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 yes.
obviously is, then.
They absolutely rock. They're as easy to drive as a Civic, and you can do 170 miles an hour and not get spat through a hedge on the first corner. They are absolutely fantastic.
The trouble is that what you're saying why you like it is what I almost don't like about it, because I mean Honda set out to make a supercar that anyone could drive to the shops.
Which
but
they did.
Yeah, but they've over-succeeded because it's too easy to drive. You jump in it and it's all light and it doesn't give you that bit of roar.
That's not just reason not to like the car. It's a great car. It's great value. It drives extremely well. It's easy to live with.
Well, it is.
You know,
I know.
you go
It's
down the
got
street
that
without
too.
being spat at, like you know, happens in Ferraris and Porsches and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
sorry about that,
it's a
Jason.
great car.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the early sort of VTECs that had that fantastic surge of power, but the gearing's very tall again to make it docile at slow
That's what
speeds.
normal people need.
Yeah, but no, I mean, the problem is when you're doing 100 miles an hour in SX, you feel like you're doing about 60. Whereas I want the reverse. I want a car that when I'm doing 30, I feel like I'm doing about 80. You know,
But you might not feel like
Take the
that
windscreen
forever.
out.
Age.
You might as well buy a Honda Civic Type R and you'd be happy.
I disagree.
I do. I'm with you on this.
Every time you see some guy driving an NSX, no matter how old, what do you think?
He knows exactly what he's up to. My point.
Well, I think at least we all agree that the Honda NSX is the world's most user-friendly supercar, which is why, as we said at the beginning of the programme, we're giving one away in this week's competition.
Our specialist car dealing chum Chris Routledge is a big NSX fan and he scoured examples to find our superb prize car.
It was important to me to find as pure an example of an NSX as I could, and this has got to be that car. It's in the best colour, silver. It's still got the original small diameter wheels as designed by Honda for the car, and no trace of an aftermarket body kit. And best of all, as an early car, it's still got those great pop-up headlights. Inside the car, everything's in English, which means it's not a Japanese import, it's a UK car. And most importantly, it's an original 5-speed manual gearbox. Again, very, very rare on these cars. And if that's not enough, it's got a full service history from new. But the clincher's gotta be that number plate.
Now, we all know about modified cars. They've got big exhausts, lurid paint jobs and big wings. But recently, things have been taken to an unbelievable level, with people spending six-figure sums pimping their ride. We just had to find out why.
We set out to find the 3 most expensively modified cars in Britain and were stunned with what we uncovered. It seems these days no car is sacred. Take the Hummer H2. You'd think the size of such a monster truck would mean it turns enough heads already, but not Nathan Callagher. The first thing he did was slap on enormous 26-inch wheels. Nathan then spent 16 weeks making this Hummer the ultimate moving hi-fi.
We brought the Hummer H2 and completely stripped it out. We took everything out the inside and we loaded in a sound system that kicks out 20,000 watts RMS.
With a boot full of 16 hefty amplifiers and an additional 9 batteries to power them all, the car was weighed down a bit. Actually, a lot. The suspension dropped by 5 inches, but thankfully the Hummer has air suspension, and once it had reset itself, all was okay once more.
When we first brought the Hummer, it weighed in at 2.5 tons standard. It now weighs in at 3.79 tons. Total cost of the vehicle, buying the vehicle, putting the equipment into it, and paying for all of the installation time, it comes in to an estimated £100,000.
It's got 45 speakers, over half a mile of cable, and 13 widescreen TVs. Oh, and it does 2 MPG.
My favourite thing about the Hummer has to be the 2 18-inch Solo X subwoofers. My regular vehicle that I use every day is a yellow Robin Reliant, but it's got a wicked sound system in the back of it.
It may have more power than your average nightclub, but not all modifiers are interested in in-car entertainment. Take Simon Norris, he's interested in performance. Simon decided Mitsubishi hadn't quite got the dimensions of the Evo right, so he whipped out his angle grinder and made a short wheelbase version.
We built this car to do something new. We've taken 10 inches out the middle, 3 inches out the roof, and widened the shell by 2 inches, as well as fitting the obligatory large horsepower engine, which currently is 841 horsepower.
That's about 500 horsepower more than when it came out of the factory and means it's good for over 200 miles an hour. It'll accelerate from 0 to 150 in just 8 seconds.
The total build cost of the car was difficult to put a figure on right now. I would say it's probably around 100,000 to rebuild.
To keep weight down, a large part of the body is carbon fibre, and the interior has been stripped of anything not absolutely necessary in the pursuit of performance.
I like the car a lot because of the unique factors with the shell. In fact, it's the only two-door short wheelbase in the world, based on the original Audi Quattros as an inspiration. I quite like the green paint, although it's not to everyone's taste. And of course, I love the performance.
In proper race car style, this Evo also has a custom air jack system.
My girlfriend doesn't mind at all about the car. She sees it as a bit of a competition for my affections, but I can assure her that my affections are wholly with her, because the car's far more frustrating than her.
This is a Citroën C2. Well, it was once. It's been created by Phil Leach, who's turned it into the ultimate demonstration of in-car entertainment and bodywork modifications.
Nobody's done an inside and out conversion, so we took the car, we basically put a body kit on it, we did wheels, tyres, suspension, which is full airbag suspension, we did a unique feature of putting the exhaust out the front bumper, we chopped the floor out and we moved the seat to the centre. We then put 15,000 watts of amplification in the car, multitude of speakers and screens. And then to finish it all off, we give it a really trick paint job with some fantastic airbrushing. The cost for the car is a staggering £108,000. The favourite part of the car has to be the centre seat conversion. It just sort of like brings the whole car together, gives it a unique twist. And with the wing mirrors being cameras and all the screens in front of you, just being sat in the middle of all that it's a good driving experience. The car's taken 6 months to build. That's having a lot of help from friends, but yeah, it was a long 6 months. The main thing is the next one will have to be bigger, it'll have to be louder, and it'll have to have a lot more things going on with it.
So, a 15,000 watt, 11 screened, neon-laden C2 VTR with a centre seat conversion and a mental paint job. What a sweet little car.
This is the Aston Martin DB9 Volante, the soft-top version of the DB9. There's no cooler car out there at the moment. It's cool because it doesn't try too hard. There are no leery wings or tacky design details, just perfect proportions. There's no high-revving screamer of an engine, just a relaxed 6-litre V12 that never breaks sweat. And there are no headline-grabbing performance figures, but you just know, if you ask it, it'll get you to the Riviera in time for tea. I'm going to let you into a little secret. Now, you all know we get some very tasty cars to play with on fifth gear. Now, this one I've asked to hang on to for just that little bit longer. Why? Well, because it's a charmer. And of course, because it's an Aston Martin, you can't help but think of Bond. In fact, you believe you're Bond. There's just one obvious drawback. At £9,000 more than the coupe, £116,000 is a lot of money to play at playing spies. Now, it's at this point that some smart Alec road tester will tell you, because the roof's been chopped off, the car is less stiff, it won't handle so well, the geometry's all wrong, blah, blah, blah. Now, you could find out if that was true by going to a track and testing it. Or on the other hand, you could keep the Bond theme going, put on a suit, and have a bit of fun. I've come here to Spy Games, a company run by a couple of chaps who used to be in the SAS. They can tailor a day's activities to give you an insight into the world of espionage. Perfect place to see if I and the Aston were up to the job.
Morning, Jason. Morning. Welcome to Spy Games. My name's Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Good to meet you.
And you too.
OK, come and have a look at some of the weapons that we're going to be playing around with today.
Knowing that Pierce Brosnan has hung up his Walther PPK, they'd assembled a range of replica weapons for me to try out.
This is a Spetsnaz, a Russian weapon, and it's got a nice weight to it, nice feel to it. And if we add the magazine across there.
Ah, see, now that makes sense.
There you go. Popping it on.
Yeah, right, yeah, see, I could do some
There you
damage
go.
with that, couldn't
You're
I?
good to go.
Look-like guns are all very well, but if I'm to challenge Daniel Craig in the Super Agent Stakes, I need a bit of action. So the guys set up a suitably fiendish obstacle course for the Aston, with one of Blofeld's bombs for me to defuse at the end of it. Aston call the DB9 one of the most structurally rigid and best-handling convertibles in the world, but it takes a lot of heave-ho to muscle it round and dodge bullets.
Ah, bullet.
Extra strengthening has only added about 30 kilograms compared to the coupe. The body control, even when you're under fire, is pretty impressive, although there's always a bit of lag between telling it to do something, like power sliding round an old banger, and it actually doing it. But it's still one of the fastest drop tops in the world, and just a tenth of a second slower to 60 than the coupe. In the right hands, the DB9 Volante would make a perfect Bond car. Ha-ha! Safe.
Ah, surprise, surprise, you defused the bomb, you survived. Brilliant. Didn't expect that.
Oh, it was hard. It was a tricky thing.
Yeah, it did look like you were having lots of fun playing cowboys and Indians, but that car, is any good?
It is good. It's a great car. You know, we must not forget it's a GT car. It's for cruising around. Yeah, OK, it doesn't handle as well as the coupe, but to be honest, who gives a damn? It looks just stunning. It's a very special place to be.
Yeah, well, I did notice you were mentioning that Smart Alec road tester. Yeah, you're looking at him, actually, Jason. I am the Smart Alec road tester. I had one of the first cars, and to be honest, it is slightly wobblier than the coupe. It's not there, but I suppose, you said missing the point,
Don't
really.
care, though, do you? But
You are missing the point.
amazingly, that car isn't really for thrashing round, because when we were set out in the Corsa, we went round a corner, hit a pothole, and everything deployed. The roll hoops, the roll hoops.
Oh, the rollover hoop. They pop up if you go and roll over. No, well, there's plenty of things on that car. I got a great tweak, actually.
Is this a Smart Alec road tester type
This is a
tweak?
Smart Alec road tester type tweak. This is a good one, though. On those engines, they've got a butterfly valve in the exhaust that lets it really roar when you get further up the rev range. It lets it pass noise regs in Europe.
Yeah, right.
Well, there's two vacuum pipes in the back of the exhaust, and if you pull them both off, the valve doesn't shut.
It's there all the time.
Permanently loud.
Which is exactly what you want in this car, because it's for looking good, sounding great, cruising at a real slow pace to take the world in. Perfect tweak.
Now, this little film from Citroën has caught our eye. It's the C-Sport Lounge concept car, their rather sleek vision of a grand tourer. The interior is inspired by a fighter jet, with curved doors cocooning the passengers underneath a glass canopy. Rather neatly, when you move the seat back, the centre console moves with it, so that all the major controls stay within reach. But it's outside where the most innovative features are to be found, because the C-Sport Lounge isn't just a swish-looking MPV, it's all about mad, bonkers aerodynamics. The front ducts are specially designed to channel air quickly down the car's side, as if the wheels were encased in a smooth fairing. At the back of the roof, there are 40 tiny nozzles which propel air upwards. Citroën claim the effect is like having a virtual aerofoil, with the vortices of air they create reducing the lift without the drag created by a big rear wing. There's also a mad upside-down spoiler at the back of the car. At low speeds, it stays tucked into the bumper, but when you're cruising at about 50 miles an hour, it pops out to add downforce to make things more stable. Slam on the brakes and the spoiler alters its angle to act as an air brake. All of these innovations mean that despite the tubby shape, the C Sport Lounge has a better aerodynamic figure than a Porsche 911. And given that it's been designed to accommodate current engines, it could well point the way to Citroëns of the near future.
Still to come, the dramatic conclusion to our epic 200-mile-an-hour Lotus project. In this week's shootout, we've come over all coupe. We're pitching the Mazda RX-8 against the Alfa Romeo GT V6. Apart from its weird doors, the Mazda's main talking point is its rotary engine. Only 1300cc, but at dentist drill speeds of 8,200 revs, the whizzing wankle churns out 231 bhp in this top-of-the-range model. And at 22 grand, it undercuts our other 2+2 by £5,000. The Bertoni-styled Alfa GT relies on a more conventional 3.2 V6, which develops 240 bhp. It's slightly heavier than the Mazda, meaning both cars have near identical power-to-weight ratios. But which style-conscious coupe is quickest? Eeny, meeny, miny, Mazda.
Rotary engines don't have much torque, but with few moving parts, they spin up really quickly. So you get a super smooth power delivery that's also linear. Now, rotary engines are small and they don't weigh very much. So you can get perfect 50-50 weight distribution. Coupled to a rear-wheel drive chassis, you get a well-balanced car that likes to sling its tail out. That engine really is pretty potent and it has a unique sound. Mazda calls it a Renesis engine. I don't see what's wrong with calling it a wankle. After all, he did invent the concept. Now, turning into that bend, the steering wheel is just so big. It makes you feel as if you are driving a lorry rather than a, pretty potent little sports car. The gearbox could be crisper as well. It's slightly notchy going from second to third gears. This has got a great chassis and a very capable engine. But that steering just really lets it down. Time for a quick one.
The Mazda makes it round in 55.53 seconds. Time for the Alfa.
The Alfa GT is a comparatively rare sight on British roads, which I find a surprise because it is a very practical coupe and it is very beautiful. Now, the car fits me fine, but taller drivers won't like the steering because it doesn't adjust for reach, so they will have to drive this car in sort of typical Italian legs akimbo styling. That engine is beautiful. It just purrs and purrs along, and the car feels a lot quicker than its 240 bhp would suggest. Let's see what it does against the clock. Unlike the Mazda, this is front-wheel drive, and it's got a heavier engine, so it will understeer in tight corners. But give it its head down the straight, and it does feel quicker. This could be close.
At the radar, the RX-8 is 0.2 of a second ahead. A lead the RX-8 maintains at the hairpin. And by the finish, the Mazda extends its lead to 0.38 seconds.
So, once again, an Alfa Romeo that wins on style loses out on substance. You surprised by that?
No, it really depresses me that Alfa can make some... I mean, that GT is a gorgeous car.
Yeah.
They just don't do fast very well.
It's a shame. They're just too heavy, aren't they? Big front-wheel drive, heavy engines.
Sound great.
Look great. Big shame. But anyway, the time.
The time on Vicky's fast-growing list of shootouts here, the time for the Alfa Romeo GT 3.2 V6 was...
55.91.
That's
9-1.
9-1.
9-1, so really quite slow.
If we enter that,
Right at the bottom.
To the bottom of Vicky's list so far.
Right to the bottom.
But not far behind a Mercedes-Benz SLK 55 AMG.
So it's not so bad.
Well, at the same time,
big
with
gap.
240 horsepower, a little light Lotus Exige is 3 seconds quicker. It just shows how lightness and handling you can go a lot quicker.
Amazingly, though, I thought the Mazda was going to be much quicker than the
How
Alpha,
quick
and
was
it's
it?
not. It's only half a second, well, less than half a second. It's 55.53 for the Mazda.
Let's just put it in. RX-8 was 50.
553.
See, I thought that'd be more.
Yeah, I did.
I agree with you. I thought that'd be more. It's a rear drive car. It's a lot more.
You've had one, haven't you? Have you?
Yeah, I
you
used to
had
have
one
one.
in the
I used to have one. But you know, there are a couple of points with that Mazda because it's running that Renesas engine, that Wankel engine.
Yeah.
If you drive them hard, you get less than 20 miles to the gallon. And when you've paid 22 grand for it, that matters because you get a bit of a shock. Well, no, also not just petrol. You've got to put oil in it because it's a Renesas. It uses a bit of oil to lubricate itself. So,
but I thought it would do. In rear-wheel drive, it is a beautifully balanced car because I've had a good go in one, and they're great car. I love those suicide doors, the rear seats. They're practical as well.
So,
that's why
should we recommend?
Yeah,
Mazda?
definitely. Put up with it. Put some oil in it. Get used to getting under your bonnet. They're brilliant.
Now, it was about a year ago that we got talking about the magic mark of 200 miles an hour. We did some digging around and discovered that it was way back in 1927 that one of the great British pioneers, Sir Henry Seagrave, first cracked this iconic mark. He was driving a car built in Wolverhampton, a Sunbeam, a huge car that weighed over 3 tons and powered by 2 massive aero engines that combined to give a total horsepower of 1,000 bhp. He took this machine to Florida and drove it down Daytona Beach to break the official world speed record, setting a new mark of 203.79 miles an hour. And legend has it that he actually had to drive the beast into the sea to slow it down at the end of the run. Amazingly, it would be over 60 years before the first production road car was built that would do 200. That, of course, was the iconic Ferrari F40. These days, of course, there are over a dozen such supercars that can crack 200. There's the Ferrari Enzo, the Koenigsegg, the Pagani Zonda, the Ford GT. The trouble is, all these sorts of cars cost well over £100,000. So what we wanted to know was, could you build a 200-mile-an-hour car on a budget?
The project started where most big ideas begin, in the pub. And after some debate, we agreed that a good starting point would be a lightweight, 350 horsepower Lotus Esprit.
All right then, Lotus V8.
All right.
Cheap as we can.
Yeah.
Supercar that will do 200 miles an hour.
Excellent.
Some diligent searching turned up what looked like the perfect candidate. A professional inspection claimed everything was okay, so we coughed up 23 grand and sailed off with a big smile on our face. Well, for about 5 miles anyway, because that was when the gearbox broke. Just a minor glitch, we thought, and while the gearbox was being rebuilt, we sent the car to Thames Valley Racing for a serious power upgrade. Fitting beefier turbos was the obvious place to start, saving money by using a reconditioned pair. We also added bigger injectors and threw in a pair of charge coolers to stop the engine melting. That little lot cost £3,200, so only counting parts that are fitted to make the car go faster meant the total paid so far was £26,200. For safety reasons, we also fitted a rollover cage, racing seats, fresh tyres, and upgraded brakes. I once crashed doing 200 at Le Mans, and I know you need all the help you can get. With the work done, I couldn't wait to see the difference.
Hold on a minute. Let's just do that again.
Next came a visit to Super Chips to fine-tune the engine management. 2 days cost another grand, but we emerged with cheery news. The Esprit was now developing 480 horsepower. So £4,200 had bought us an extra 130 bhp. And to see if this would be enough to top 200, we confidently booked a place with the big boys at a Bruntingthorpe VMAX event.
The perfect place to find out how fast our modifications have made the Lotus.
except it isn't here.
The car had failed on the way to the airfield, and yes, it was that dodgy gearbox again. We were quickly learning that our 200-mile-an-hour target was not going to come easily, so specialist GTO engineering were brought in to search for some new cogs to strengthen our gearbox. 2 months later, after parting with another grand, we were ready to go again. 8 months after we hatched the original plan, it was time to see if, despite the setbacks, our Esprit could do 200. Well, I'm just doing the Datron test run to calibrate the speed checking instrumentation. And at 55 miles an hour, it feels solid as a rock. And what I plan to do, because this gearbox has all been rebuilt, is just to build up slowly, do a sort of run at 100 miles an hour, 120. Not giving it full power, letting that gearbox settle itself in, but feel that acceleration in any gear is amazing. We're doing 140 and I've not even thought about accelerating too fast. How are the brakes? That's the next question. If I brake hard, it dives around a bit. Yeah, brakes feel good. Well, I tell you what, this could be a shock result though. I'm not expecting this car to do 200 miles an hour, I have to confess. I know, having raced at Le Mans, how when you get 190, it's just there's so much wind resistance and it's hard to accelerate any more than that. But this really does feel like it's got some power. And the time's come to give it a go. Let's use all my runway to build up, get it straight and fire it. This thing's a rocket ship. 115 in third, 151 in fourth. I'm now full throttling fifth for about halfway up the runway. I've got 162, 165, but 174. But just as I reached 175 miles an hour, there were nasty noises behind me, and I bore more than a passing resemblance to the Red Arrows. I could see whole loads of smoke. And now we have cooked the engine. It wasn't the gearbox this time. The engine hadn't been running perfectly, with surges of high boost only at the top end. We obviously hadn't quite got the fuel mix right yet, and the engine had cried enough, demonstrating its displeasure by spewing its oil all over the engine bay and the back of the car. It was a frustrating end to the day, particularly as we'd only managed to equal the top speed of the original car. On the plus side, the Lotus was still accelerating hard at the point when it all went wrong. So, if we could just cure the durability problem, there was no doubt the car had more to offer. But just how much, we still weren't sure. It was time to take stock. Experts told us to use high-tech race components and a proper competition gearbox, but that went against our build-it-cheap principles, and as it was, we were already breaking the producer's budget. Reconditioning the engine with stock parts cost another £2,000, taking the total bill up to £30,200. And remember that that doesn't include labour. It was time to attack the problem from a different angle, so we went to a wind tunnel. To go 10% faster requires 33% more power. So to take some strain off the engine, we thought we'd try and improve the Esprit's aerodynamics. As you near 200, the wind resistance increases exponentially, making each mile an hour ever harder to achieve. We hoped a more slippery shape would let us cut through the drag to hit our target. Using 4 huge fans from an old Air Force bomber and smoke trails to trace the turbulence, we could see where the improvements were to be made. The first suggestion was to lower the car, to reduce the amount of dirty air beneath it. So we fitted some new springs for about £600. Taping up some of the ducts made a marginal improvement, while removing the wing mirrors helped a lot, letting air pass down the side of the car more easily.
But the biggest improvement came by removing the rear spoiler, which creates a lot more drag than it does downforce. Add a Perspex panel over the engine bay and the airflow is much improved. As a result of all this, the drag coefficient was reduced by just under 17%, which by Mara's calculations should mean an extra 12 miles an hour and a theoretical top speed of 206. But what a computer says can happen in a perfect world and what you can actually do in the real one are two completely different matters.
So here we are, back at Woodbridge, full of hope and fully specced up after all the smoky dramas of the last time here. But to make matters worse, it's been raining. The surface is decidedly wet, which not only makes the getting going harder, but more importantly, makes the stopping even more difficult. Hey-ho, 200 miles an hour on a budget. Here we go.
Once again, the boys from Thames Valley were along to prepare the car. They seemed confident. They'd seen 190 miles an hour on a test run. But after 10 months of setbacks, you can probably understand I was a bit nervous it would all hold together.
First run of the day and just a gentle cruise at 60 miles an hour to calibrate the GPS speed monitor and to give it a bit of a shake left and right to make sure everything feels as it should.
With the engine and my heartbeat warmed up, I made my way to the end of the runway.
Right then, run number one, and hopefully the engine is going to run cleanly. Oh, plenty of wheel spin in first, up to second. More wheel spin, short shift in third. But still, it's not wheel spin. I don't believe this, up to fourth. It's a clutch slipping. What I thought was wheel spin, I don't believe it. It's clutch slip. Oh, fifth gear, cruising.
There was nothing for it but to limp back to the pits area. And I wasn't amused. While I went to find something to kick, the damage was assessed. 30 minutes later, and I was back in the car. The clutch plates had been cleaned up, but they were well worn. We were told we'd only get one more run in it. Join us after the break to see whether we reach target 200.
We're halfway through our quest to do 200 miles an hour on a tight budget. And just to prove it isn't a flight of fancy, we invited along a couple of other home-tuned cars that had already been there and done it.
This is the Fensport Corolla. Its 2-litre turbocharged engine develops 700 horsepower. It's taken £35,000 of parts and 3 years of effort to develop. But earlier this year, this unassuming little car managed an official 200.4 miles an hour. It was here to show us what could be done. Piloted by Adrian Smith, this car has 4-wheel drive, so it's awesomely quick off the line, even in the wet. On his first run, Adrian managed over 180, so he waited expectantly for the second. But even the experts have their off days. And unfortunately, the Corolla destroyed its gearbox shortly after the start. Just goes to show how difficult this 200-mile-an-hour game can be. Bring on Rod Tarry's Sierra Sapphire Cosworth. The standard model kicks out a fairly healthy 200 horsepower, but Rod's made a couple of tweaks, and his car's got 850. Mind you, it's taken him 6 years to develop and £43,000 to achieve. His mate, Mark Sheed, helped to build the car, and today he was behind the wheel. 0 to 100 in 7.15 seconds. 0 to 150 in 13.2. Question is, will it beat its current record of 206.1 miles an hour? Incredibly, he stops the clock at 206.0. Not bad for a wet autumn day, and proof at last that it really can be done. Over to me and my Lotus, but with the clutch about to fail, this would be a death or glory run. So we armed ourselves with a secret weapon. The Wizards of Noz had fitted £520 worth of nitrous oxide kit. Just hit the trigger and another 100 horsepower would be released. When they tested it, they'd got wheel spin in 3rd gear.
Well, if I was nervous about the durability of the car before, you can imagine how I feel now. There's a potential 600 horsepower under my foot. Even if the clutch, engine and gearbox hold together, this car's still only got standard drive shafts. Parts that Lotus originally got from a Rover Metro. Oh yeah, and it's raining again. Okay, let's use all the 2 miles of runway available. Last roll of the dice. Gently feeding that poor old clutch to build up the speed. 3rd gear, 101 miles an hour. It doesn't feel as though it's pulling perfectly, but it doesn't matter. 4th, 130. Hit the nitrous. 160, 170, 72, 70. Oh, I'm out of brake. I have to brake. I've got to brake. It's not gonna do it.
Even with the nitrous, there was no punch at the top end. Something, yet again, was wrong. Back at the pits, my greatest fears were confirmed. The engine had lost its compression. Time and money had run out. It was the end of our project.
I can't believe that's the end. Surely not, Tiff.
That's it.
So how much did you spend in the end, then?
£31,320.
I mean, it didn't work, but why? Why didn't it? What happened to it?
Well, on the day, I think we had that problem, we burnt the piston before, and I think the whole thing about making more power with the turbos and the nitrous, you've got to get this air to fuel mix right, otherwise the pistons run too hot. Well, it might have just burnt the valve slightly, something like that. I'm sure it's only a little thing to rebuild and it'll be fine. We're ready to run again.
You mentioned this nitrous. I've not had a go in nitrous.
Yeah,
I mean, what's it like? Is it proper? Push the button, off you go.
Hammer time.
Off you go.
Do you reckon that's busted?
Probably, I don't know, but the whole...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. To be honest, you got beat fair and square because there was a geezer out there in a cardigan. He was driving one-handed, doing 206 miles an hour in a white Sierra.
So if you're going to have another go, surely you'd change a few things. What would you do different?
Nothing. We're on the right track. It's just the producers have put the thing up for sale before I bankrupt the programme. But I mean, they took 6 years with that Sierra. We could get away with it. It just needed one more run. It can do it.
On tonight's 5th gear, we'll reveal if expensive petrol actually makes your car go faster, have a walk around the bike show with Charlie Borman, and see if I can break a land speed record blindfolded.
Brake, 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 brake. Hard, hard, hard.
But we start with a Ferrari. And having never driven their all-conquering F430 before, the launch of their convertible Spider version was the perfect excuse for me to get in and have a go.
And I know you want it. I know you want it. It's easy to see. See, I don't care, but I know she ain't gonna want to share.
The great thing about Ferraris is there are always 2 ways to look at them. You can either just stand back and take in the overall car and admire it. And interestingly, the head of design at Ferrari is now Frank Stevenson, who designed the new Mini. But perhaps even better with Ferraris is just to get close. I love going to look at the detailing of the cars. So you just look at these little wing mirrors. They're not just styled, they are shaped aerodynamically to feed the air through the centre, flow the air back for the air intakes. Moving back, you just about, if you come with the camera, you can see that little tiny spoiler. That's not just for shape and good looks. That has been designed in the wind tunnel in conjunction with the flow for these Grand Prix Formula One styled Venturi. In fact, Robin, if you get the camera further away, get back in the centre of the car, right on the ground, then you can see that whole underbody shape designed to accelerate the airflow out the back of the car and thus suck it into the ground. You can't believe how light that is. Of course, it's all aluminium like the rest of the bodywork. I know you can't help but look at these huge plenum chambers that dominate the view. In fact, the engine itself is right down in here, actually underneath that rear window. The most amazing thing about this is a V8 engine, 4.3 litres. This now produces 490 horsepower. Now, that is more than the Ferrari F40 supercar. Such is progress. Now that's plastic, because Ferraris say that if that had been glass, it would be too much weight too high, and that would spoil the handling. I think they've gone a bit too far on that one.
Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me? Don't you? Don't you?
They take so long. They're all supposed to be quicker, but they still take long. When you want to get going, must be finished. So it must be time to... Now, here's a tempting little button, launch control, to make the perfect start every time. Now, what you have to do is switch the traction control off, foot on the brake, engage first gear, press LC, and the L flashes in the gear display. Now, you need to hold the revs at maximum torque, which is 5,250 RPM, and then just take your foot off the brake. I'd stand back a bit while you, Robin. Are you ready? This traction system also adapts the gear change time, the suspension settings, as well as increasing or decreasing traction control. It's got 5 settings. You can start right down in snowy conditions. It's then got rain, sport, race, and then totally switched off. So I think we'll start in the normal dry setting of sport. See how we get on from there. Second gear, turn, full throttle. And it just won't go anywhere. That was wide open. I think we'll move up to the race setting next. Here's that tight corner again. Again, we turn in, floor the throttle, and oh! But then, that was amazing. At first, the back went out. It allowed me to put the opposite lock on to control it, but then at the moment it would have spun on full throttle. Then the traction control came in and helped me out. That's a pretty impressive system. Impressive though that is, for the full track experience, it's just got to go off. Well, give the back out, get the front in, then punch the throttle. But now I have to do all the car control. But again, it feels so progressive. It just wants to be driven. Braking capabilities, those carbon brakes are just fantastic. Oh, but after that blast of exhilaration, you
sit back and enjoy just the whole comfort of sitting in this car, you can appreciate that it's a very easy car to drive. You always think of supercars as being ferocious machines that will scare the normal road driver. And yet, with all the aids that this car supplies, it can be driven by any driver without getting themselves instantly in a twist. It's amazing to think this is a car that can do nearly 200 miles an hour. It's got 490 horsepower, but it can still be driven like an everyday sports saloon. But I don't really want to drive it like that. I want to drive it like that. We're drifting, we're sliding at 110 miles an hour.
Before the break, we saw Tiff sliding around Snetterton in the new Ferrari F430 Spider, and Tiffy, you pretty much gave it your seal of approval, and if I just may say, some absolutely superb driving as per usual.
I loved it. Thank you, team. But I loved it. I mean, this run of magical mid-engine Ferraris began with a 355, but that still had the Italian driving position. The steering was always down your knees, which always annoyed me. Lovely car, understeered a bit much. Then came the 360, which finally the steering wheel came up. Beautiful driving position. I loved it, but it was perhaps a bit on the twitchy side for some. Now, this 430 has just found the mark right in the middle, and it's just...
wicked.
Glorious.
Well, I drove the coupe earlier and exactly the same things, thought it was stunning, and I guess you had the same sort of sensation as me, even though I was in that, the trick paddle shift gearbox. Every time I stopped at traffic lights, I just had to select it. It's like, wham, wham, wham. You couldn't stop the engine. It's amazing, isn't it? In fact, I loved it so much, I tried to buy one from them.
Did you?
But unfortunately, they couldn't supply at the discount I was after.
How much is it?
Get discounts for Ferraris. That Spider with the Formula 1 pedals was 133 grand. I had that car for a week. As Jason says, I mean, I went up and down motorways from 70 miles an hour, just kept going up and down the gearbox, just hear the noise of it. And then, I was using it for the school run. I went to pick up my sons in the Ferrari 430, and everyone just gathers around a Ferrari.
And how old are you, Tiff? Isn't it great that it makes you? You know what I mean? It makes you like a kid again.
I so love to have one of those in the garage. Just brings joy to motoring.
Right, last week we told you about our reader review section on our website. It's pretty straightforward. Go onto Road Test, click the car you want, go, then scroll down the screen and you'll find on here, write your own review. Put your name, your details in, and tap away. Now, we've been overwhelmed with the response we've had, and to give you a taste of the hundreds we've had, we go on to Gavin Nottage here, who drives a VW Polo, and he reckons the handbrakes is made of the hardest plastic he's ever encountered, with a sharp edge. I got a blister on my hand from its lengthy travel. Wonder what you were up to, Gavin. We then go on to some more serious ones. We've got a couple here about the BMW 3 Series. Ron Armstrong simply says, Audi, here we come. Bob Miller then goes on to say, it's a big letdown after his Audi A4. The build quality is simply not good enough at this price. Drives nicely, but it squeaks and rattles. Right, next up we've got Christine Burrows, who drives a Citroen C3 1.6 HDI exclusive. She reckons she gets 63 miles per gallon, but more importantly, on a long run, that goes up to 74. Now, this is exactly the sort of comment we want. The more opinion like this we get, the more informed you guys will be. So log on to 5.tv/fifth gear and give us your views.
Now, petrol. First, there was just plain old green unleaded. But nowadays, there are all sorts of special brews that promise increased performance. But do they actually do what they say on the tin? We sent Fifth Gear's boffin John Bentley to find out.
It's a question that often gets me in a dither on the forecourt. Should I fork out for more expensive fuel? Shell Optimax costs 6p a litre more than regular unleaded. And it's a similar story at BP stations. Their Ultimate costs another 7p a litre. So why are they more expensive? Well, Shell's website makes rather modest and general claims about Optimax, mentioning a cleaner engine and more responsive performance. They also tell us it was developed in conjunction with the Ferrari Formula 1 team. BP say Ultimate will give you the best out of your car, with a power boost that's like driving with a bigger engine. They also talk about environmental improvements, gains in fuel economy, and show photos of bits of engines with and without grime attached. But we won't be evaluating their cleaning properties or their economy. We want to know whether Ultimate and Optimax make your car go faster. We've got 3 cars with very different performance levels. Renault's new Clio, Fifth Gear's current car of the year, the VW Golf GTI, and the latest Subaru Impreza. And we've got 3 fuels: ordinary unleaded from the local supermarket, some Shell Optimax, and some BP Ultimate. To find out which does what, we're at tuning specialist Thor Racing. They're the kind of people who'll make your Toyota Supra produce 800 brake horsepower. And to measure all that power, they've got a machine called a chassis dynamometer. We're going to use it to measure the power produced by each car running on each fuel. First on is the new Clio, running on ordinary unleaded. The driven axle is attached to special power absorption units. Inside are hydraulic pumps which continually try and resist the turning wheels. You program in a driving cycle that tests the full range of the engine, something like accelerating from 2,000 RPM to near maximum in around 16 seconds. The computer then works out the power and plots it on a graph. After 6 runs on supermarket unleaded, we've drained the tank. And because modern cars adjust their timing according to the fuel they're using, we reset the ECU to make sure the next fuel would start from a level playing field.
Where the fuel's going to come out.
We then refilled with Optimax and did a series of runs on that, and finally emptied, refilled, reset and repeated the exercise with Ultimate. These are the results. On ordinary unleaded, the Clio produced 81 brake horsepower. On BP Ultimate, it produced 81 brake horsepower. And on Shell Optimax, you guessed it, 81 brake horsepower. So it seems an engine geared towards economy simply can't take advantage of the extra performance fancy fuel can offer. Now, all new petrol cars sold in the UK must be capable of running on ordinary unleaded, which has an octane rating of 95. However, the Golf's handbook says it'll go better on higher octane petrol. So, what is octane? Well, the higher the octane number, the more resistant a fuel is to uncontrolled combustion. And the more resistant it is, the more the engine can compress it without it exploding willy-nilly. So that means the engine management system can choose when to ignite the fuel and you get maximum bang. Ultimate is 97, but Optimax is the recommended 98, so we're expecting some differences. With ordinary unleaded, the Golf produced 172 bhp. On Ultimate, it produced just a little more, 174. But on Optimax, the Golf GTI put out 177 horsepower. Certainly an improvement, although whether you'd be able to feel an extra 5 horsepower around town is a different matter. Now, the Impreza, a highly tuned performance car, should relish the stability of higher octane fuel. Here are the results. On ordinary unleaded, the Impreza put out 235 brake horsepower. But on BP Ultimate, it was 248. And on Shell Optimax, it was 249. So clearly, the fancy fuels here are well worth the extra money. But how to choose between Optimax and Ultimate? Well, we examined the torque figures to see if they produced a clear winner. Supermarket fuel gave the lowest torque, with 232 foot-pounds. Ultimate produced a much healthier 248, but Optimax was even better, producing 258. That would result in a more winning engine, happier to accelerate hard from low down in the rev range. So, premium fuels can make your car go faster, and on the basis of our tests, Shell's Optimax is a more performance-orientated fuel than BP's Ultimate, but only if your car can appreciate the difference.
OK, time for an update in the world of hot hatches. Now, in our minds, there are two clear favourites. If you want something racy, go for Honda's Civic Type R. If you want something refined, go for Volkswagen's Golf GTI. But then we heard about a hatchback that's as powerful as a Porsche.
Let's just say that again. A hatchback that's as powerful as a Porsche. It's the new Vauxhall Astra VXR with a Boxster rivaling 240 horsepower. It costs £18,995.
Also new on the hot hatch scene is the Megane Renault Sport 225 Cup. It costs £18,600. But which is best?
Sometimes you just look at a car and you go, ooh, that is going to drive really nicely. And I think that about this Astra. 0 to 60 comes up in a very respectable 6.2 seconds, and top speed is 152 miles an hour. Putting my foot flat down on the throttle down the straight, it seems as though there's a little hesitation, and I'm not getting the proper, smooth power delivery that I'd hoped for. This track that we're on is very tight and twisty, and this car isn't responding too well to that. I can really feel the weight of the car slinging around. Also, I like a wheel to be weighted beautifully all the way around. But here, I turn in, it's a bit light, then it goes a bit heavy, then it goes a bit light. Could be better. I think Jason's Megane is better balanced than this car.
Now, the Renault Sport Megane 225 came out last year. It was well received, but it was a bit soft, a bit soggy, not very responsive. This new version of the Cup is it's 900 quid cheaper at £18,600, and I reckon this is a bit better. The steering's more pointy, the front end is more accurate. You can place the car better. What I don't like, though, I don't like the driving position. I can't get low enough in the seat. I don't feel attached to the car. I feel a bit disjointed with it. You know, driving position is so important. And I'm just a bit over the top of the wheel. I want to be underneath.
So I'd found the Vauxhall a bit disappointing, and Jason thought the Renault was agile but uncomfy. Time to swap for some second opinions. Except within a couple of corners, the Megane had had enough.
Jace, the word service has just shown up on my car, and it's making me do no more than 30 miles an hour.
Oh, I love it.
It says check injection, ESP system fault. Oh, I love it. I've wrecked the car.
We put it straight onto life support.
We've had to get somebody to get a grown-up in.
But unfortunately, it was to no avail, and playtime was over.
Now, Jason, before we go any further, the only reason you wanted to sit lower in the Renault was because you had something stupid stuck on your head.
No,
what was that all about?
I wanted to sit lower in the Renault, but you've mentioned the hat, I'll have to mention it too. It was a present and also kind of a dare.
It's a lovely hat.
No, it's a great hat. It's a great
It didn't
hat.
work.
Yeah. It won't be coming out again, though.
But Vix, you don't often break cars. What went wrong when you jumped into the Renault?
Oh, it's just the engine management system just sort of packed up. It was one of those gremlins, and we disconnected the battery, rebooted it loads of times, and it just wasn't happening. One of those things, unfortunately.
But we had plenty of time there before that happened. To get a taste of it. I mean, the Renault's just frustrating. I mean, you know, it drives well, it turns in well, the brakes don't go like they do on the Vauxhall, but it's just the driving position's horrible. You may as well be driving a van.
So where was the Vauxhall better then, apart from driving position, performance-wise?
It wasn't really better. It was just that the Megane is so horrible to drive because of the position. The problem with the Vauxhall is the brakes went in 3 laps and it torque steered. So both of them, if I'm honest,
have weak points.
Have got faults. I mean, we had the two benchmark cars there. We had the Type R Civic and the Golf GTR.
Well, I preferred the Civic Type R because I'm a bit of a rev head, so I quite like that, and I like, you know, being quite frisky around the track. And you preferred the Golf because it was more refined and...
The Golf's just a car you can live with every day. I mean, I'm with you on a track. This,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I
Type
love the
R
Type
is
R,
great
little gear
fun.
lever around the
You
dash,
can live
you
with
know.
it on the road. It's got no grunt because you've got to be in second gear all the time. It's just not a car
And of
for
course,
every day.
new Civic next year, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
so it's the Golf for the moment, then.
The Golf definitely for the moment for me, but the story doesn't stop there because Ford have just launched the new Focus ST.
Right.
I drove it last week. It's £2,500 cheaper than the Golf, and you'll be finding out about that in a couple of weeks.
Oh, tell us now. Come on, what's better?
You're going to listen.
Nope.
You can tell us.
Come on with your mates.
No.
Later,
not
cut the
telling
camera,
you.
you can tell
Not
us.
telling you.
This is the Honda Wow, or Wonderful Open-Hearted Wagon, a concept car designed for dogs. 20% of Japanese people now own a dog, and Honda want this film to show that they understand the importance of pets. Wide sliding doors and a twin rear gate allow you to get your pooch in and out of the car with minimal fuss. They've even raised the central part of the roof to create an easy access walkway. There are convenient posts inside and on the bumpers to tie your canine chum to, and there's a secret compartment on the back where you can keep all your necessary doggy supplies. There are 2 rows of removable seats if you own a particularly large pooch, and special seat belts to keep him in place. The seats can also convert into a convenient carry kennel. The puppy in your life is guaranteed a place up front. Open up the glove box and there's enough space to safely carry a chihuahua. As a finishing touch, the tyre treads are paw prints. Unfortunately, this concept car was recently stolen. When we asked the police if they knew who'd taken it, they told us they didn't have any leads. Still to come, a 200-mile-an-hour saloon and a blacked-out visor in our blindfold speed record attempt. It'll all end in tears.
Oh, that was really scary.
Time for another shootout, and we'll be giving away the winner as this week's competition prize. The Audi TT may be 7 years old, but it's taken till now to get a proper driver-focused version. The Quattro Sport is 50 kilograms lighter than the standard car, and the 1.8-litre turbo engine has had a power hike to 240 bhp. Add some body kit, new wheels, racing seats, and it's ready to lock horns with this. At just under £26,000, the Nissan 350Z is nearly £4,000 cheaper than the TT. Its 3.5-litre V6 packs 280 horsepower, making it more powerful than the Audi, but it is a bit heavier. So what's going to be quickest? We'll start with my favourite.
It's hard to believe that it's now nearly 3 years since I came back from California with the first rave review of this Nissan 350Z. And the enjoyment doesn't diminish any by the passing of that time. I love the look of it, I love the sound of it, I love the feel of it, I love the way it performs. Best of all, I think I love the price of it. It really is a bargain GT, and what you get is 280 horsepower rear-wheel drive, brilliant handling that just balances where you want it. There's a bit more weight on the front, 53%, so you've got a great turn-in steering, and you can then drive the rear end with your right foot. This really was one of the great discoveries of my journalistic road testing career. I must stop enjoying myself and set a lap time to challenge the Audi's high-tech, high-spec machinery. I could just go on driving this forever.
The 350Z crosses the line in 53.19 seconds.
So what's Audi's latest sporty model got to show for itself? Well, it's now got stiffer suspension, it's got a bit more rubber, it's a bit lower, it's a bit more purposeful, and it's got great Recaro seats that just hug your body. But of course, as with all Audis, they love customers knowing that they have a big safety-conscious image. So they have their four-wheel drive systems, they have their computer systems, which, when you press the ESP button, doesn't totally disengage them. So for ultimate performance, they almost handicap themselves. All we really ever get is understeer. I turn left, I understeer. I turn right, I understeer. Let's have a bit of lift off. Let's try experimental. Whoa! Oh! I actually had opposite lock there at a TT. The whole difference here, I said with the Nissan I could keep driving until the rear tyres wore out. I've now done about 7 or 8 laps, and I actually don't really want to drive it anymore.
But needs must. Time for a quick lap. At the radar complex, the Audi's only a fraction behind the Nissan. But by the hairpin, the gap's open to nearly 3/4 of a second. And by the finish line, it's stretched out to a significant 1.65 seconds.
Last week, the annual bike show was held at the NEC in Birmingham. We like to keep abreast of what's happening on two wheels, so we sent the biking world's biggest celebrity to give us a tour. Famous for being one half of the long way round motorcycle adventure and for playing Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars, Ewan McGregor is best mates with fellow actor Charlie Borman.
I think I'm more attractive, don't you? Anyway, just because he's a household name, I'm not bitter.
As always, there was a dizzying array of ever-quicker sports bikes, none more so than the new Yamaha R6, which is actually more advanced than Valentino Rossi's GP machine. But Charlie was enchanted by another black beauty, the good old Fireblade.
In the summer, I did a track day school with Ron Haslam, and he runs Fireblades, and my God, it was one of the most incredible bikes that I've ever ridden. I did a 155 on the full circuit, and he's going, you know, that's really good, Charlie. He said, you know, I expect my instructors to do 155 or less. So I was thinking, you know, I'm fantastic. He goes, right, Charlie, come on the back with me. So I went on the back with him on this standard blade, and we went around the first lap we did together with 2 up. We did a 149, 2 up.
When it comes to speed, this is going to redefine everything you know. The Kawasaki ZZR 1400 will get to 60 in under 2.5 seconds and keep on going until it's way past 200 miles an hour. It'll be the fastest production bike in the world, and it'll cost under 10 grand. Of course, in a country littered with speed cameras, it's unsurprising that performance has dropped off most bikers' wish list. Customs are back in fashion and have never looked so good.
These bikes are the kind of ones that if you had a beautiful, big sort of modern house, that you just have that just sitting in your kitchen. Wow. I mean, some of them, you know, I'm not sure if you could ride that, could you? It's a Cadillac on 2 wheels. Wow. Wow. Disgusting. I completely disown anybody who does that kind of thing. It's just horrendous, unnecessary, and I think degrading, and that was just a bit for the women, you know. I'm completely for it, really. And this is Ducati. I had a Ducati as well, a 748, which used to be Ewan's, which Ewan bought when he was doing the first Star Wars, and then I bought it off him. And these are kind of sort of the Ferrari of motorbikes, really. This is the quite expensive one, isn't it, guys? This is almost 20 grand, this one. This is another one I'd like in my shed.
The new Ducatis I want in my shed look like the old Ducatis. What could be cooler than an old-school Italian design and an old-school colour scheme? Luckily, the engines and brakes aren't from the 1970s. They're bang up to date, so you won't be needing any old-school toolkit. Old bikes rock. But when it came to retro, there was one clear fifth-gear favourite, the Triumph Scrambler. It's got a 900cc engine and a fairly modest 54 bhp, but cough up 5.5 grand and you get to pretend you're Steve McQueen jumping barbed wire fences all day long.
This is my long way round bike. I feel a little pang of longing whenever I haven't seen her for a while. I spent so much time on this, 113 days I spent on this bike.
Now, Ewan McGregor won't be around for Charlie's next big bike adventure. Mr. Borman has decided to ride in the most grueling motorsport challenge in the world, the Dakar Rally.
Okay, so this is the rally bike, and it's quite trick, really. It's completely bespoke. We have the navigational cockpit up here, the road book, which tells you where to go, your kilometers, what you've done, what's coming up next. When you say to people, oh, I'm doing the Dakar, and they all go, ooh, that's dangerous, people die, you know. And this year it's going from Lisbon to Dakar via Morocco and Mauritania and Guinea. And if you put it into perspective, it's like riding a motorbike from London to Edinburgh every single day over sand dunes. Well, that's about it for the bike show here for this year. I've hoped you enjoyed it. I've had a right old laugh. And maybe see you next time. Thanks.
Imagine sitting in a powerful car with a 2-mile stretch of runway ahead. You start accelerating, aiming to crack 150 miles an hour, knowing that as your speed increases, the slightest movement of the steering wheel could result in you veering dramatically off course. Now imagine it like this. Imagine not being able to see a single thing. That is the name of the game today. Blindfold Speed Records.
Meet Mike Newman. He currently holds the blindfold speed record at an astonishing 144.7 miles an hour, and today we're going to watch him attempt to beat it. Then I'm going to have a go. So you might think he just whizzes up and down the airfield a few times, gets a feel for things, blanks off the visor and goes for it. But Mike can't do that. Mike is actually blind. So how does he go about it? Well, he's got to start with a fairly nippy motor, and Mike needs it to be an automatic, which limits the field somewhat. The answer is to take a BMW M5, wire it up to a laptop and de-restrict it. Top speed instantly goes from 155 to 206 miles an hour. Next, get someone to measure your speed. For that, Mike turns to our old pals Datron, and Mark Hargreaves here wears 2 hats for the occasion. Mark's an ex-test engineer for Jaguar, so he also checks the car out for Mike prior to the runs. Lastly, you need a trustworthy pair of eyes to guide you, and if you're going to put your life in someone else's hands, you can't do much better than family. Meet Mike Newman Sr., Mike Jr.'s dad. For Guinness World Records to ratify the attempt, Mike Jr. must be unaccompanied, so his dad conducts the guidance from a chase car, another M5. However, this one's not de-restricted, so by the end of the run there could be a worrying gap between them. Before the official attempt, the 2 Mikes set off together for a few recce runs to get the feel of the car and the conditions.
Well, I think when you're driving the car, although I can't see at all, it is still quite a tactile and audible experience. You get to feel how the car handles, the way it's moving on the road. You also have the noise of the engine and the wind noises. Obviously, it's an experience I really enjoy, just being there on my own.
Satisfied with the recce's, the boys return and final preparations take place.
The way that I cope with the fear of Michael driving is that it's his bird, his baby, and it's what he wants to do. So any parent just wants to see their child achieve, and this is what happens with Michael. He drives it forward, he's in the driving seat, he is in command.
To establish a new record, Mike's speed must be recorded over a measured mile.
Righto then, Michael. We're in position once again. It's over to you. Good launch, Michael. Keep going. Keep going, Michael. Keep going. Good launch. Good launch. Left. Hold it left. Straight. Right. Looking good. They're in the middle of the runway. Left. Keep it left. Keep it left.
Well done. Down the middle of the runway. Looking good. Left. Hold it there. Hold it there. Looking good. Looking good. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it straight where it is. Keep it straight where it is. Brake, 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 brake. Hard, 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 hard. Good for you. Good for you. Left. Hold it where it is. Excellent run. Excellent run.
It looked well over 140, but for any record like this, you've got to make a return trip within the hour. The average speed over the 2 runs will determine the result, which means Mike's got to go through it all again.
Good launch. Well done. Right. Hold it right. Hold it right. Straight. Right. Hold it right. Hold it right. Hold it right. Straight. That's looking good. That's looking good. Keep it where it is. Right. Hold it right. Hold it right. Hold it where it is. Hold it where it is. Looking good. Keep it going. Left. Hold it where it is. Brake, 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 brake. Hard, hard, hard. Well done. Excellent.
We expected him to make numerous runs, but with just 2 under his belt, Mike came back to the pits. Question is, had he broken the record of 144.7?
The first run was 167.28 miles an hour average. The second run was 167.36, which gave him a total average both ways within the hour of 167.32 miles an hour.
Yo! Well done, mate.
He hadn't beaten his previous record, he'd crushed it. Now it's my turn. Join me after the break to see how I get on. Before the break, you saw Mike Newman set an awesome new blindfold speed record of 167.32 miles an hour. Now I'm going to borrow his team to experience driving a car at speed, blind. Mike Newman Sr., who had guided his son successfully only a few moments earlier, agreed to be my trainer. Poor bloke. First of all, he made me drive with my eyes shut.
When was the last time you put this much faith into a man?
No comment.
When you're ready, in your own time.
I'm going to try and keep it what I think is in a straight line, i.e. not move the wheel.
Okay. There isn't any chance you could go just a little bit quicker, is there?
No, there's no... I'll try.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm imagining that I've got walls and buildings and...
Could you stop for me now?
Okay.
Quite firmly. Open your eyes.
I'm so far off course.
And look how far we've moved across the runway in that short space of time at 30
How
miles
does that happen?
Well, what you did was to hold the steering wheel straight, because somebody said to you, if you keep the wheel straight, you'll go straight, but that's not true.
That's what I think.
That's what everybody thinks. There's minor adjustments on the steering wheel to keep us going in a straight line. But you do what you think is necessary by what I say, OK? Off we go. Let's have that acceleration like we had before. That's good. Left. Now, you put it back straight, and I didn't ask you to. Hold it left. Now straight. Left. No brake.
I want to leave off.
Brake.
Yeah, brake, mate.
Take your foot off the brake. Now look. Now that's not bad. We're pretty much in the space that we had to be before.
Yeah.
Let's just see if we can go a little distance like that.
Yeah, okay.
Trust in me.
Yeah, okay.
Left. Straight. You're doing straight. This is good. This is good. This feels good to me. 70 miles an hour coming up now. Right, gently. Well done indeed. I can't look at you, I've got to look at it. Right. Put it straight. Now brake us in your own time. Just stay where you are. Stay where you are. Oh, look at that!
The next step was to completely black my visor out. Not even a chink of lights allowed.
Well, we've got to try and do what we did again. Good bit of acceleration, straight. Keep it going as is. Keep it going as is. Left. Well done. This is good speed. This is excellent speed. 133 miles an hour. Left. Hold it like that. Hold it like that. Here we go. Brake, 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 brake. Hard as you can. Come on, push it to the floor. Hold it steady. Hold it, hold it, hold it.
I don't know what I'm going into.
Right, take your foot off the brake again for us.
Oh, that is the most horrifying thing on the brakes, I think.
Okay. Now look.
You're good at this, and I really appreciate you being here. And
We now got to go on to the next stage, which is what?
Solo.
It is.
We treasure our site more than any other sense. Mine had been taken away, and my trust in Mike now had to be complete.
Now remember, drive on when you're ready. The floor is now yours. A little bit more power this time then. Go for it. Well done, good launch. Left. Hold it left. Hold it left. That's well done. Brilliant. Well done. Hold it where it is, please. Hold it where it is. A little bit more power. Just feed it in. This is 75 miles an hour. Keep going. Well done. Well done. Good for you. Keep it going. Keep it going. Left. Hold it there. Brake, 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 brake. Hard as you can. Come on. Well done indeed. Well done indeed.
Oh, that was really scary. That was really scary. I'm absolutely in awe of what Mike has done this morning.
My first solo run may have been fairly slow, but you can see what effect it had on me. Mike guided me round and I was ready for the second go.
Now then, that was a good aggressive run that you gave us there. Let's really go for it this time. Good, good launch. Left. Hold it left, come left a little more. Keep it that left, come left a little more, Vicky. Come left, a little bit more steering left. Hold it straight, that's looking good. We got that running down the centre of the runway. Well done indeed. Left. Good for you. Keep it going, keep that power on. Well done indeed. Keep going, keep going. Well done. Keep the power on, come left a little. Now brake, 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 brake. Hold on to it, come on. Push that foot to the floor. Well done indeed. Oh, lovely stuff. And a straight one as well. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn this off and come to the car now.
Oh, I feel very happy that it's over.
I'd reached 158 miles an hour and it had been terrifying. But remembering Mike had gone even quicker, doing 167 over a measured mile, was utterly humbling.
On tonight's Fifth Gear, Vicky's in the new Mazda MX-5, finding out if it's still one of the best handling cars you can buy. We've given Jason another car buying challenge, so he's off bargain hunting at the auctions. And John will be revealing the secrets of crash scene investigators.
It's been a good year for dream cars. They just seem to have kept on coming. The Pagani Zonda F, the Ferrari F430 Spider, and the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Well, now it's time for one more.
I've been looking forward to this one for quite some time. BMW's new flagship, the M6. It has the same V10 engine as the M5 saloon. It also has the same array of gadgets as the M5, and the same 7-speed gearbox, and the same power, the same torque, the same top speed, and yet, at £80,000, it costs 20 grand more.
So, what on earth does that extra 20 grand buy? Well, obviously, you get 2 less doors for starters. It's a bit lighter thanks to this carbon fibre roof. And it's a whole 0.1 of a second faster to 62.
A big waste of money then. Well, driving it may change my opinion, but first I have to set it up.
Basically, all the major dynamics of the car can be customised to suit your mood of the moment. Now, most of this can be done when you're driving along by pressing individual buttons, one which jumps the power from a standard 400 bhp to 507, others that do traction control and comfort settings of the suspension. But the best button of all is this little M button, into which you can preset all your favourite settings for when you want to head off across country or get out onto a racetrack. To do this, I first have to fire up the lusty V10. And now use a little bit of voice recognition. M drive.
M drive.
Thank you. First up, traction control, of which there is actually 3 choices, on, off, or the M dynamic mode, which is sort of allows a bit of sliding, but I'll just have it off. Then there's power. Again, 3 choices, 400, 500, or 500 with sport, which is a sharper throttle activation and also a harsher engine mapping for real ultimate on-track performance. So obviously we have that. The head-up display, which I always like on, especially that M view, which has the rev counter in different colours to show when it's flashing to change up, and it shows the actual gear you're in and the speed. EDC, that's the comfort, normal or sport suspension setting, obviously sport there. And finally, this speed of the gear changes, this drive logic. Again, we'll have sport, but we'll put the gear change into the fastest mode, number 6, which really crashes them in as quick as they can go. So with all that preset, all I have to do now when I want a bit of extra fun is press the M button. To me, the engine under this bonnet is nothing less than a work of art. It's a 5-litre V10, which, thanks to Grand Prix technology, can rev to 8,250 RPM. And to make it even better, the maximum torque is right up at over 6,000 revs. And this performance is just incredible with only 400 horsepower. And then you start thinking, there's another 107 available at the press of a button. Handling-wise, the M6 has got a slightly shorter wheelbase than the M5, which should make it change direction a bit better. And it is, of course, slightly lighter, plus the fact that that carbon roof lowers the centre of gravity. Now, that all means it should handle better, but to be honest, on public roads you can hardly tell the difference. But on a track, every little bit counts. As to whether or not it's a true GT, a Grand Tourer, well, it certainly ticks the boxes in most places. Like most coupes, it's not a true adult 4-seater, but there's plenty of room in the back for short journeys. I do miss those clever M5 seats with the bolsters that automatically pushed into you when you're round a corner, but I can hardly complain about anything else. I do like this head-up display, which I'm beginning to get used to. It's always got your speed up there if you want it, and with that little button, you get your revs as well. So, am I sold on the M6? Well, no. There's just not enough extra performance to warrant that extra price. However, there will be far less M6s around than M5s, that's sure to appeal to those who want a bit more exclusivity. Me, I'd just rather be one of the M5 boys.
Before the break, we saw Tiff in the new BMW M6. And Tiff, you said that it was great, but it wasn't worth 20 grand more than an M5.
Well, not for me, because I'm a family man with 3 little boys, so actually I like the 4 doors and it's got the same performance, so why bother as far as I'm concerned?
And why bother, if you ask me, with pressing a button to get the full 500 brake horsepower?
Calm down, I know you don't like it, come on.
No, I do. I want to be able to turn a key or do whatever to start a car and instantly get the full whack.
Yeah, that's me, right? That's the car you want, right? But if you're take back to my wife out to
Yeah,
dinner,
yeah.
when it's fully spec'd as I like it, it's
Yeah.
a violent thing. The gear changes snap in, 500 horsepower. You want a calmer M6 when you're taking someone out to dinner or something. You don't want it all the time. It's
I
great.
do.
Well, then leave it, press one little button in the morning and you've got it. It's not hard.
But all this is irrelevant in a way, because BMW are bringing in 200 and every single one is sold. Every single one is sold. In fact, I know one person that's got one of each. Greedy, I know.
Greedy?
Yeah.
An M5 and an M6?
Yep,
What sort of person is that then?
Well, I can't say exactly, but
He's rich.
he's one of these film producer type, celebrity type guys. But yeah, amazing. He's got both.
I've got some marketing spiel from BMW who describes the ideal M6 customer.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if you two fit the bill. Lifestyle oriented.
What sort of lifestyle?
Oriental, you say?
No, right, moving on. Extrovert. Yes.
Maybe a
yes.
little bit.
Who puts great significance to the design and performance of his car.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
How much does it cost?
80 grand.
What does it look like?
Beautiful.
That's all that matters. That's what it's about, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, there's 200 of these cars that are coming in. They're all pre-sold. No one's driven the car. All they care about is they look at the spec, go, yeah, 5 horse, ooh, that looks good. What's it look like? Have I got the money? We'll have one of those.
Yeah.
End of story.
Well, I think it looks beautiful, and as far as I'm concerned, you cannot have enough 200-mile-an-hour GT cars in the world.
Incredibly, there are still some people out there who haven't seen our splendid new website, which means they're missing out on a rather useful little feature. It lists every single special offer currently available on new cars. For instance, Ford are offering a free upgrade from the Ka Collection to the Ka Luxury, equivalent to a saving of £1,700. And because the Land Rover Freelander is about to be replaced, there are even better deals available. Perhaps the best deal at the moment comes from Citroën, who's offering the Picasso with cashbacks of up to £3,900, meaning you can get one on the road for under 10 grand. Go to 5.tv/fifth gear for details on every offer, and remember that you might get an even better price when you talk to the salesman. These offers are being financed by the manufacturer, but the dealer might be able to chip in as well.
Right now, you know all these programmes about antiques, where one day you go along to an auction and try and buy a bargain. Then a couple of days later, you go along to another auction and then sell it for a big profit. Well, I wondered if you could do it with cars. So the team have given me 5 grand and told me to go and buy something fun and frugal. But just to make it a bit more interesting, I've got just one day to do it in. When time's the enemy and profit's the motive, the auctions have always been a traditional hunting ground. Today, we're at BCA in Camberley. It's one of the biggest of its kind, so hopefully, amongst all the stock fleet stuff, will be a few cars that meet my criteria. Fun, frugal, and flipping cheap. I've never been to one of these places before, so I've got to admit, when you first arrive, they can be a bit daunting. Sometimes you can have, well, too much choice. I'm a bit lost in here. I really need to get my head down and think about this. It was time for a more systematic approach. Auction houses produce entry lists, but the trouble is, you often get late arrivals that don't make the list. So the only real solution is to march up and down the aisles. I was after 3 potential candidates to bid on. Too dear. No, it's a dirty car, no. What reg is it? 53. On. Now, not everybody's cup of tea. It's not mine, but nevertheless, I think this will sell. It's an O2 car, 160 horsepower, sporty. It's saying it's got, what, 47,000 miles. It's toyed up. Book says 3.7, so it's well within our budget. I reckon this could be a car to make a few quid on. It's got some dings on it, though, so I'll have to spend a few quid to put all this right. I think we'll have a punt on that. I like this one. It's a Bora, which is basically it's a Golf. And it's, what is it? It's 1.9 turbo diesel SE, so it's frugal. Full service history, warranted mileage, 66,000 miles. It's an 01 car. This could be a good buy. This could be a good buy. The guide quoted around 5 grand, so this is another car worth bidding on. Right, now this is quite an interesting car actually. It's a Y plate, but it's a Golf GTI 1.8, a 5-door. It's got 80,000 miles on it. But interestingly enough, this is, I reckon, going to go for more money than the Bora. But if it comes within budget, I'm sure we can make some money on this car. Well, we're about to find out, because our 3 hopefuls are about to go into the lion's den.
75, 6975, on your bid.
Now, we're up next. It's not the ideal car I want, but nevertheless, if we can get it for like 3,800 quid, I think it's a cheap car. So here we go.
Next one is an blue one, 34, 39, 36, 37, 38, 39, all bid, all down to 1, sale.
Over my valuation, before I could even get my hand up. Now, actually, come out here, it's a bit quieter. Well, that wasn't a B. It was going to be a cheap car. It went at 4,400 quid. A bit too much for me, because ultimately we want to sell the car and make some profit. So, let's get stoked back in. Next up, the Bora. I'm not going to go over 5 grand.
51, that side, 51, far side, 50, 51, 50, 52, 5,002, 25, 52, 25, 52, 25 on the right, selling there then, 5250, 5250 on bid, 53.
Oops, I've just broken the first rule of auctions. Got carried away and bid above my budget.
25, 53, 25, no.
But I pulled out in the nick of time. Turns out I lost it to a privateer who wanted it for the family. Things were getting tense. I was down to the last on my list. Now, one of the things which is difficult is I'm here with the film crew, all you guys here and here, and everyone knows what we're up to. They know we're trying to buy a car, and they know we're probably going to bid high, so they're playing hardball with us. So we came up with a plan, get Ian, our director, to bid. Now, we're going to try and bid for this one quietly. Ian, behind me, is going to bid, but I think this one's going to go straight over the top of our budget. And 2 seconds later, it did. And there we go, straight over the top of the 5 grand at 54. 5,500 quid, and climbing. I have to say, it's a tough all day. We've looked at lots of cars, we've bid on a few, and we haven't been lucky. So now we've got to put some graft in and try and find a car. Time is running out. And so were the cars. I was down to the last row. Anyway, this is a Ford Puma. It's Y-Reg, 71,000 miles, 1.6 engine. There is no way on earth this is going to go over 5 grand, so we can have a bit of a pop at it. I reckon this is worth 4,000 quid. So, to give us the best chance, Ian was going to bid again. I think there's quite a lot of interest in this car, and judging by the way things have been going today, everything's going slightly over money. But we're running out of time, we've got to have a car. So, I've given him a bit of leeway on the 4 grand valuation. Here goes. So, well, I think we bought that car for 41.50, I think it was. So, we've just shelled out 4,100 quid. We've bought the car and we've not even driven it yet. We'll give it a go. Sounds all right, for starters. Feels okay. It's certainly not a dog. That's not good. Either the clutch is on its way out or it's very thin. Yeah, the clutch. The clutch is very thin. And it's slipping. So, we've got a car with a clutch slip, so we need to spend some money on it. Oh.
So you bought yourself a lemon, and now you're going to sell it for a profit. You haven't made life easy for yourself, have you, Jason?
No, we haven't made life easy. But, you know, going to these auctions, you buy as seen, and you can forgive the fact that you can't test drive it. You can forgive the fact that there's something wrong. you know, you're not allowed to take it back. But only you can forgive those facts if you think you get a bargain.
Yeah, but then you didn't get one. You didn't get one cheap as chips, did you?
No, we haven't got a bargain. But that's the trouble with auctions as they are today. I don't think the bargains are there. And I think one of the reasons is they're short on stock, and they told us this, and the prices are slightly stronger than A, the book says, and B, the market would like.
Huh.
It's also full of, you know, regular buyers who are buying for themselves and their family, rather than like years ago it used to be for dealers. So it's a tough place to buy a car.
How much can you pick up a Puma in the magazine adverts?
Well, that was the interesting thing. You know, as we were leaving, we then picked up an Auto Trader and some local ads, and they're a good few £100 cheaper than what we bought with lower mileage. So we have bought an expensive car, but it's not all over. We're going to spend a few quid.
On the clutch?
Yeah, well, yeah, the clutch, bit of bodywork, bit of polishing up, and we're going to stick it back in another auction, and we'll tell you what happens in 2 weeks' time.
Now, what do you think the best-selling sports car of all time is? MGB? Elise? MR2? No, it's the Mazda MX-5.
And it's not hard to see why. It's simple, cheap and fun. Above all, it is fantastic to drive. In fact, Tiff declared it one of the best handling cars in the world. But it wasn't absolutely perfect. It had a slightly girly design. There was a general lack of space, and of course, we'd always welcome a bit more power.
So now, with 750,000 sold over 16 years, we've got a new one, the third generation.
The first thing you notice is the subtly more aggressive design. It's got chunkier wheel arches, more toned lines, a shark-like front. There's a hint of Honda S2000 about it, which is no bad thing. It still isn't macho, but it's certainly toughened up a bit. And Mazda have been truly fanatical about saving weight. They call it gram strategy, and they've examined every inch of the car to try and shave off the excess fat.
They've used aluminium for the boot lid and bonnet, thinner metal inside, even swapped the rearview mirror for one that's 84 grams lighter. And the result of this obsessive dieting, compared to the old one, this car is 10 kilograms heavier. Oh!
That's largely because the car is now a bit bigger and a bit more solid should you ever come to crash it. But because they've very precisely realigned the engine by about 10 degrees, the weight distribution is still supposed to be 50-50, so it should be as well balanced as ever. The kart track Mazda rented for the launch wasn't exactly the place to push this roadster to its limits, but I suppose kart-like handling is what this car is supposed to be all about.
With the traction control on, you'd be hard-pushed to get into any sort of trouble, but turn it off, give it some welly, and the rear end steps out of line, predictably and without fuss. There's nothing urgent about this car's oversteer, so you don't have to be lightning quick with the steering to sort it all out. There's not a blanket of electronic aids that dull the driving experience as there are in so many other cars, but this MX-5 has definitely grown up as it has grown bigger. But fortunately, into nothing more than an adolescent. So wholesome entertainment is still fully available.
The light and simple ethos is carried over to the hood. Mazda claim it takes 6 seconds with one hand to pull the roof up. Any complex electrical system is going to add weight and takes a long time to deploy. 6 seconds. As you can see, that is slightly ambitious, but it's still one of the most simple and effective mechanisms in the business. Inside, there's a very welcome feeling of quality. The hip-hugging seats are particularly comfortable, and there are lots of racy finishing touches that make this feel a lot more special than the old car's pretty basic cabin. There are 2 engines on offer. The smaller 1.8 starts at 15.5 grand, does 122 miles an hour, and gets to 62 in 9.4 seconds, which is slow. In fact, the old 1.8 is a whole second quicker to 60.
Which is why I'd recommend the 2-litre. It may be more expensive at £19,000, but 0 to 62 in 7.9 seconds is more like it. However, there's not much grunt early on in the rev range, and you really do have to stir the gears if you want to cover the ground quickly. And disappointingly, there's not a racy exhaust note to accompany you along the way. The 6 gears are on the long side and it could do with shorter ratios to make it feel more sprightly. The change, though, is good and solid. For all the developments, the MX-5's best feature has been preserved in that you don't need to drive fast to have fun. All the sweet handling sensations can be had at lower speeds. It may still be a bit of a girly sports car, but it's one your fella definitely won't mind borrowing.
Still to come, a nighttime crash, but who's to blame? It's a job for the crash scene investigators.
Time for a shootout with a twist.
You may remember Kev Smith from previous car v bike shootouts. Fair to say he knows a trick or two. This time he faces his biggest challenge yet. We're going to ask him to ply his trade on a scooter. This is the Peugeot Jet Force Compressor. At £3,500, it's a sporty 125cc scooter with a special add-on. It's the only scoot with a supercharger. That gives it a whole 20 bhp. Doesn't sound much, but the supercharger adds 40% more torque than a standard 125. Its round-town runabout rival is the Suzuki Swift. For just $7,500, you get a 1.3-litre engine that produces 92 horsepower, nearly 5 times more than the Peugeot. However, in terms of power to weight, the scooter has the upper hand.
This little Suzuki Swift in its original form was probably the first oriental trendsetter for the mini micro hot hatches. But this latest version now got 92 horsepower, and it's instantly impressive. It puts a smile on your face, whistling through the corners with not that much body roll. And the radio's come on, because the palm of my hand has hit that switch. Oh, anyway, let's go back to talking about this little Suzuki, which I feel sure is going to sort out that little Peugeot scooter. Well, it's got 4 wheels, albeit small ones. It's got more power, albeit a bit more weight. But a smart, neat lap will surely sort it out.
The Suzuki sets a target of 59.5 seconds. But will that be fast enough? At radar, the Peugeot's 1.7 seconds down. And by the hairpin, it's nearly 2. But with better acceleration out of the hairpin, he claws the gap back to just 1.4 at the finish.
Now, not surprisingly, when you add those 2 times to my list of shootouts, they come right down the bottom. Indeed, the Suzuki and Peugeot, all they beat is the 2 vans, the Transit and the Mercedes. But Kev did point out to me that driving around town is a lot more stop and start. So he challenged me to a standing start race. Oh, blimey! A bit too much wheel spin. Oh, look at the little thing, he's disappeared!
Aha!
Oh, but surely he can't go through these fast corners quick as me. He can go through these fast corners as quick as me. Oh, I'm gonna get him up. Oh no, up the hill he's got more acceleration than me. How he changes direction that quickly.
You bugger.
Now the straight. I'll get him on the straight. Or will I? No, look, oh, he's chucked under the handlebars. Who's going to brake latest to the hairpin? It's... Oh, but hell, it's him. Oh, I can turn it a bit quicker. Oh, that's nailed him.
He's on me.
Oh, no, he's leapt away from me. Out of the hairpin acceleration again. Well, I've got my work cut out now. Through the final corner. Oh, I'm in a slipstream. Now I'm the extra speed. It's just gonna do it. Good effort, but you can't win in the end. So, another great victory for me there.
What? I don't think it was.
What's your problem?
You didn't win.
I won the race.
No, you didn't.
Oh, look, I beat
Jace.
the scooter.
I'm
Show
going to
him.
prove it to you. Hold on, 2 ticks. We'll just rewind this a bit.
Yeah.
And,
Slow-mo.
and
Yeah.
freeze frame. There we go.
What do you mean, there you go?
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, the bike is ahead.
That's not the finish line.
Let's draw it in.
That's not the finish. The finish line is out the bottom of your screen.
That looks like the finish. Does
It's
that
not
look
the
right?
finish.
That,
Look, I
you've
won.
been
I won.
whooped.
This
I am
equals
going faster at this moment. The overtaking is happening.
Girly.
It was close.
Easy on the girly bit, Plato.
That equals girly driving, Tiff.
I won.
You lost.
Tiff,
won.
you lost to a tiny man on a
didn't.
tiny scooter. You are not going to live this down.
I didn't lose.
You did.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I didn't.
You did. And that's final.
This film from Peugeot is all about their 20 Cup, a concept designed to show that their future is going to be even sportier. It's half car, half motorbike, and it looks fabulous. The 2-seater cockpit is made out of carbon fibre, just like the chassis and bodywork, to keep the total weight as light as possible. It weighs just 500 kilos. The ultra-low ride height keeps the centre of gravity low, so there's very little body roll. Most of the car's mass is over the front axle, intended to make the road holding as good as possible, with side diffusers designed to load up aerodynamically and push the front into the ground even more. There's hardly any weight over the back tyre. It's purely there to steer, although with such a wide tyre, we suspect the steering would be pretty heavy. Behind the steering wheel are the paddles for a 6-speed sequential gearbox. The engine is the first fruit of a joint venture between BMW and the Peugeot Citroën Group. It's a turbocharged 4-cylinder unit developing 170 bhp and 240 newton-meters of torque. Wrapped in such a light body, we're talking a power-to-weight ratio the same as a Ferrari F430. There are no plans to make the back half of the 20 Cup, but the front half is supposedly a big clue as to the look of a new Peugeot joining us soon. Pity, I quite like the idea of a Morgan 3-wheeler for the 21st century.
Still to come, our amazing insight into crash scene investigation. But just before that, a new car. Over the summer, something was launched that promised to be a jack of all trades. Obviously, that was a job for Big Tom.
Do you know what? I'm not really sure I know what this car's all about. Yet. This is what I do know. It's a brand new Mercedes. It's called the R-Class. It's longer than an S-Class. It's taller than an A-Class. It's got a whopping V8 engine. It's got 6 seats. It's got height-adjustable air suspension. It's 4-wheel drive. And it costs £50,000.
It's like the cars you design when you're 4 years old. It's got everything.
So come on then, which one of you said in the Mercedes focus group that you wanted a luxury 4x4 SUV people carrying thing worth 50 grand? Can't be many of you.
Well, let's try and work it out. The first thing to tackle is the space. It's shaped like an MPV, but this ain't for families. It just seems too luxurious and too expensive.
It's definitely